Watched it, but it's very self-aware. All right, Miss Matias, if you would make your statement. We are now
Wait
live.
1 second.
Nope.
We're not ready.
Watched it, but it's very self-aware.
That's something. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, we're live streaming.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for July 24th, 2023. Please remember, there is no public testimony during the review session.
Thank you. I'd just like to state before we begin, pursuant to the board's adopted resolution under the open meetings law on September 20th, 2022. Commissioner Sheta's participation will be by remote means without allowing participation of the public, in-person participation at his location, and the minutes shall reflect his remote participation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. The first items up for discussion are adjournments. 13546BZ, 3802 Avenue U, Brooklyn. 2019-294BZ, sorry, 294BZ, 241, 243 Throop Avenue, Brooklyn. 2021-17BZ, 87-19 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens. 2021-85BZ, 2310 Atlantic Avenue, Queens. Deferrals, 2021-57A, 1990 Holland Boulevard, Staten Island.
Connie, the item before is Brooklyn, not Queens. That's what it says,
What?
unless I'm mistaken.
Did I say something wrong?
You said
Island.
Queens. Is it Queens or Brooklyn?
Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. I apologize. That's item number 5 is 2021-57A, 1990 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. Thank you. The added deferral case is 2021-83BZ, 80-7400 88th Street, Queens. We added that one on Friday. Now we'll go to decision items. Decision item 615-57BZ, 15411 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
All right, we need to reopen this case. This was approved back in February 27th. We just need to open it and amend one of the conditions stated in the resolution.
Motion to reopen, Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Okay. So the resolution needs to be corrected. Instead of the resolution had a condition that that certificate of occupancy be obtained by October 2023, and that the landscape improvements shall be completed by June of 2023. Instead of that, the resolution needs to be corrected to state landscaping to be done and a certificate of occupancy to be completed by 2024. Landscaping to be done by October 2023 and certificate of occupancy by 2024. Am I correct, General Counsel?
Chase, General Counsel, or yeah?
From my notes, that is correct, Chair.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, according to my notes, that is correct. What you stated is correct.
Okay, all right. So that is the correction. If everybody's in agreement.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Sheta? We
Can't
can't
hear
hear
you,
you, Commissioner Sheta.
Sorry, I said, yes, I hear the modification and I'm okay with it.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. So motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Okay,
Hold on it again.
so approve with those modified conditions.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Thank you.
5412BZ, 6539 102nd Street, Queens.
Okay, revised documents were provided and the applicant clarified the time it would need to obtain the CO and is requesting a 4-year term. So everybody's okay with the submission? Okay. I then make a motion to approve for an extension of time for a 4-year period.
Chair Shanda.
Aye.
On the screen. Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 9, sorry, it's not number 9, it's number 9, 21113BZ, 346 Broadway, also known as 4650 Lafayette, 108 Leonard Street, Manhattan.
We received the community board vote and community voted to approve this project unanimously. I make a motion to approve for the extension of term.
Chair
Oh,
Shanda.
sorry,
Oh,
before we take the vote, Vice Chair.
On the last set of photos, I did notice some graffiti. I say we still move to grant and have put out a condition that they remove the graffiti from the site and maintain the site.
Okay. Okay. Okay, all right. Make a motion to approve the extension of term with condition that the graffitis and be removed immediately. And the site be maintained consistently.
Chair Shanda.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. 29999BZ, 8-16 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn.
Okay. Finally. I'm scrolling through my notes. So we received 2 sets of submission. And I hope everybody had a chance to look through it and the improvements that's been made so far. And I have to say, the property owner has been very responsive to our comments and has been working to address these concerns by improving the site. I did notice that the ADA parking space has been striped and ADA signpost has been provided. With regards to the ADA parking signpost, it seems it is not affixed to any surface. So for safety reason, so that it doesn't topple over or anything, or get relocated or misplaced, it should be affixed to the floor. And I think the floor belongs to the property owner. So I don't think they need the approval from the abutting property owner to affix any sign on the wall. In addition, the applicant also proactively has reached out to the community regarding the issues of vehicles being parked on the sidewalk. And in this case, the applicant stated that these don't seem to be their customers who are parking. These are other people who are parking on the sidewalk. And so the property owner has reached out to the community board and has again asked to work with them in addressing address the issue of vehicles being parked on the sidewalk. So I am satisfied with the improvements that's been made, as I said. And I think at the very early on, we were debating whether a 10-year grant should be 10-year term should be granted or not. I have reached to the conclusion that I think given the applicant's willingness to work with us and being very vigilant on the site and continuing to work with the community board and local precinct with regards to curbside parking, sidewalk parking, I am willing to grant a 10-year extension, but with the following conditions. And the conditions would be that the signage on the subject zoning lot must comply with the underlying zoning regulations and must be reviewed and approved by DOB. BSA takes no position on this. No work shall be done outside the building, and no storage of vehicles or machine in the rear or the side lot shall be permitted. and no more than 4 U-Haul vehicles shall be permitted to park on the site, and its operating hours shall be limited to 8 AM to 8 PM. Also, the U-Haul operational plan that was submitted by the operator of the U-Haul dated February 22nd, 2023 shall be mentioned in the resolution. Those are my conditions. If everybody's in agreement, I just want to, everybody's nodding yes in agreement. Commissioner Sheta? Yes, okay. So
Motion to grant, Chair Shanda,
aye.
Vice Chair Chipetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. 29201BZ, 6971 McDougal Street, Manhattan.
Okay. So we received a community board letter. Community board voted to grant approval for the extension of term, but only up to 10 years. So I know last time when we were discussing, we were, I'm not sure if everybody was in agreement or we thought 20 years was okay. I just want to go around and ask if you're still, if you still want to consider providing a 20-year term or a 10-year term, given that we have the community board letter. Vice Chair Shibata.
I'm okay with a 20-year term. They appeared once, there was no conditions that they weren't complying with, so I don't have many concerns with this site. And while the community board did say that they prefer a 10-year term, they didn't really provide us with any substantial reason as to why. In the absence of that, I still feel that a 20-year term is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I would support a 20-year term in this case. I feel that they have come when they were supposed to. They've been in compliance. This past go around, I have no issues with them.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
I am supportive of a 20-year term.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also support a 20-year term.
Okay, thank you. All right, so in that case, this is for an approval, motion to approve for a 20-year term.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibata,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
I couldn't hear you, sir.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you. Application's been granted. 18202BZ, 2990 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
We received revised plans and the landscaping along the front has been restored. Photos were provided. I was satisfied with the submission. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Everybody's shaking their head no. Commissioner Sheta?
I have no further comments. Thank you.
Okay, great. Then I make a motion to approve for a 10-year term.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibata,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. 33904BZ, 15730 Willets Point Boulevard, Queens.
All right, trash enclosure has been installed and a fence has been extended to further shield the car wash from the adjacent use. I just want to put a note, this is a note to ourselves and also for all the applicant pool. In this particular case, I know the board had asked that a PVC material be used, partly because this area, this entire fencing was of PVC material. I do want to alert the applicant and the operators that such material may not be durable for trash enclosure and should be of a more durable material. Typically, we see concrete walls or metal. So I considered allowing it here in this case. I know that I was one of the commissioners who had asked for the PVC, and I had considered allowing it because as I mentioned, the perimeter was PVC, it would look consistent, and also that it was primarily a gasoline service station with an auto service, with a very small footprint of a convenience store that only offers snacks and beverage. There's no food item that is being prepared here. But I do want to maintain a uniform policy with regards to material that is to be used for trash enclosure. and we are internally reviewing it. I just kind of want to bring it to everybody's attention. Hopefully, we will have a response to this very quickly. I've asked our architect, Commissioner Yoon, to look into this, and we shall get back to you as soon as possible. So with that, I make a motion to approve. And the resolution should note that all chemicals and drums will be stored indoors and in accordance with all the rules and regulations related to the proper storage of such material.
I'd like to make one note that in the updated photos, this is Commissioner Yoon,
Okay.
in the updated photos sent in on June 22nd, number 2 shows trash cans and debris near the sidewalk fence, which is chain link and it's open. And so it's visible from the street. And that we should, I'm gonna try and find that photo.
Can you
to
share
it?
the screen?
Yeah,
Yes.
give me 1 second. Yeah, okay. There we go. So this is photo number 2 submitted on,
Oh, this is the abutting property.
this is the abutting property?
Yeah, the gas station
Of
is on the
course, of
other
course,
side of
you're
the
right.
PMC. Yeah,
Okay, I was so confused by the presence of the, my
You're-
bad.
you're right. I also felt that then the gas station. is
You're
on
right,
the
it's
other side.
pointing, number 2 is pointing at. I apologize.
Okay, all right. So it's not an issue.
No.
Okay, thank you. It happens. Don't worry. We are looking through so many photographs and graphics. It can. Okay.
Sorry. Thought the thing was plugged in.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
All right, motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Upperly Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
The application is granted. Sorry. 2019-299 BZ, 8201, 8213 Queens Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, we received the plans reflecting the appropriate soil depth and the graffiti has been cleaned up. We received the photos. Everybody's satisfied with the submission. Commissioner Sheta?
Yes, I looked at it. I'm okay with that.
Okay, all right, then make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. 214-13B, 13A, 219-08, 141st Avenue, Queens.
All right, we received a submission providing further clarification regarding the construction sign-offs and the time it would need to obtain a CO. I was satisfied with the submission. Did anybody have any questions?
No.
Good. Commissioner Sheta is also shaking his head, saying no. You have a,
I do. They
Sorry.
requested 1 year. I think that to be safe, we should probably give them an extra year, 2 years on the.
I was going to give 18 months.
18 months sounds great to me. Sure.
Because they're pretty close to getting everything done, but I do agree, 1 year seemed a little
Too tight.
too tight. So,
If
is
there-
it, do commissioners feel benevolent and want to give 2 years or want to keep it to 18 months?
At the previous hearing, they mentioned the CO should take about 6 months. So 18 would give them an additional year on top of their estimated timeline. I think that
Okay.
should be sufficient.
All right. Okay, so 18 months it is. Everybody's shaking yes, shaking their head, nodding yes. That's what I mean. Yes.
Chair Shanda, the motion to
A
approve.
motion to approve for 18 month extension of time.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta. Can't hear you, sir. Nope.
One more time.
One more time. Commissioner
Commissioner
Sheta?
Sheta, do you want to put a thumbs up?
Hold on, let me mute.
Thank you.
Good.
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I vote aye. I'm sorry about that inconvenience.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Application's been granted. 2022-20A through 2022-22A, 724, 726, 728 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island.
All right. No submission was required on this, so I make a motion to approve with the following condition that no loading and unloading shall occur on the sidewalk or by the curbside. If everybody's in agreement, okay,
Motion to approve, Chair Shanda,
aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
2022-59BZ, 591 East Fordham Road, the Bronx.
Okay. We have been getting series of submissions on this one, and I think it's a back and forth of improvements that are being made. And we also received an affidavit from the operator of the auto service stating that there shall be no sales of vehicles on the site. And the opacity of the fence has been improved significantly. It's now 100% opaque, especially along the residential lot line. However, I did not see the framework of the barbed wire removed. This is along the residential lot line. I'm not talking about the barbed wire along the that is adjoining the gas station, because I believe it belongs to the gas station, so the applicant cannot remove that. But I did see from the latest set of photos that were submitted, the framework of the barbed wire has not been removed, and the asphalt surface also has not been removed, and the applicant acknowledges that. And the framework for the blade sign along East Fordham Road has been removed, and photos were provided. So I don't want to delay anymore. I want to go ahead with approving it with a 10-year term, but with the following conditions. Conditions would be no sales of cars shall take place on the premises. No signage fronting along the residential district mapped along East 91st Street. And prior to obtaining the CO, the asphalt surface shall be repaired and the framework for the barbed wire that are located on the fence placed by the operator of the site shall be removed. Also, prior board conditions shall apply from zoning from BZ 194-96 with following modification to number 2, which is the zoning district shall change. It should be the portion of lots in C4-5D. There shall be no signs and lighting to be directed away from the residential district. And these improvements shall be completed within 1 year, and the certificate of occupancy shall be obtained within a year. Motion to grant based on those conditions.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application granted. 2022-63BZ, 2225 East 14th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, no submission was required on this. I make a motion to approve with the condition that the removal of exterior walls and or joist in excess of those indicated on the BSA approved plans shall void the special permit.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Can we hear that?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application granted. 2022-64BZ, 2021 East Fifth Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, revised plans have been submitted. It's much more legible. I make a motion to approve with the condition that the removal of exterior walls and or joists in excess of those indicated on the BSA approved plans shall void the special permit.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
I heard him.
I want to
Okay.
do.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
2022 84BZ, 13309 37th Avenue, Queens.
All right, we received revised plans with DEP notes added. So I want to make a motion to approve with the DEP conditions. That is the hazmat related. One is a professional PE will certify a closure report at the completion of all remedial activities associated with the site, including installation of a vapor barrier. The closure report will be submitted to DEP for review and approval. And with regards to noise, the proposed development will provide a 31 dBA attenuation. In addition, alternate means of ventilation is to be provided for closed window conditions.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application is granted. Continued hearing items on the special order calendar. 63670BZ, 105-45 to 105-55 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
Okay. The application was last heard on May 8th, and submission has been made by the applicant in response to those comments that were raised. Improvements have been made to the site and photos were provided. However, per compliance photo number 4, there is a vacuum and air tower at the corner of Horace Harding Expressway and 108th Street. I think the applicant did submit a revised plan, adding that. I think I saw something. Maybe the applicant can confirm that. Also, the clothing bin, it seems it is not on the site. At least from the photos that were provided. If so, then it should be removed from the plan. The TPP and 1099 analysis, it was not shown on the plan. It should be shown on the plan drawing number A006. Typically, that way DOB also is aware of the analysis, and that is why we ask it to be also indicated in the plans. Based on photos number 5 and 10, I noticed that I think photo number 5, that there is an extra space that is parking space that is provided next to the air vac tower that is fronting at the corner of Horace Harding Expressway and Granger. If the applicant is proposing to use that space as a parking, then I would say indicate it as a parking space, revise the plan. It's one parking space, and then it doesn't raise any issue of not being in compliance or anything. And also, I would say add a bollard along that frontage next to that parking space, so that the parking vehicle does not encroach onto the sidewalk, because that corner of Horace Harding Expressway and Granger, I think there's a bus stop. So there are people, at least based on the Google Street View and from what I remember from my site visit, there are people, always I've noticed people kind of congregating around that corner. So this is to provide added security and a buffer between those pedestrians and those who are waiting by the sidewalk to cross off of the bus stop and the vehicles that are parked. So that would be my recommendation, especially if you're planning to provide an additional parking. I mean, basically recognize that space as a parking space and provide a parking. If not, then I would say stripe it and make sure that it does not get used as a parking space. With regards to the lumen study, Commissioner Sheta had suggested that the lumen analysis should be eliminate the light coming from other side, in this case from the abutting residential building, since it has a driveway abutting the rear lot line of the subject building. And if the driveway is lit and it affects the subject lumen, it was suggested to revise the plan, which I'm not sure if it was, because it reads the same as the last submission. So those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Just want to note that the compliance with the TPPN regarding the selling floor was included in the statement of facts and findings, and it's 930 square feet, which is less than the 25% of the lot area or 2,500 square feet, but agree with you that it should also be placed on the plan.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the VAC, I agree with you. I wasn't able to locate the VAC on the most updated plan submitted, I believe, July 12 or around that. So this is one thing. Regarding the lumen, I'm not sure if it was updated as all and it's still showing lumen figures up to like 3. I see 2, 3, and 4 at the along the residential. So I'm not sure if they did anything to that. Other than that, I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I did see the vacuum. I'm gonna just pull up what I have from the applicant. This is the proposed condition plan. It's A004 from the submission.
Oh, the latest drawing does include
It
it.
does show it.
Okay, great.
But then I want to also share, I did visit the site and let's see. I can pull up one. So sorry, the vacuum is. So the vacuum tower is in the bed, the flower bed, and it
Oh.
doesn't seem like it's supposed to be there. So it seemed errant to me when I was there, and then I noticed it's on the plan, so I would honestly remove the vacuum or place it somewhere else on the site. The other thing I'd like to mention is that the flower beds have been improved with annuals, so they won't come back. And that's consistent in the flower beds around. And I went to the site, let's see, on the 13th. They submitted improved trash enclosure photos on the 17th. So I came right before they did some of the work, but they don't show any photos of this side of the trash enclosure where there was a lot of graffiti. So I asked the applicant to submit a photo showing an updated condition of this particular corner of the site.
So it seems graffiti is an issue on this site, so the applicant needs to be very vigilant and ensure that constantly that is being monitored and removed. Commissioner Sheta, you have your hands up.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the VAC, I did look, actually, it's confusing because I did look at A-003, which is the existing conditions. And if you look at it, you cannot see it. And then in 004, the proposed conditions, yes, you can see that. My understanding and looking at Google Views, you can see the VAC installed already. If there is a situation like this, I believe the applicant or the architect need to show the element, whatever element is it, need to show it on the existing plans, not the proposed. Not the proposed, because it's already there. So I would ask them to show it on the existing plans as well as to the proposed. And I don't think this should delay the vote on the case or closing the case if we're gonna close it. But it's just for consistency.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I saw the air vac and the vacuum cleaner on the Google Street View. So it is something that between the time it was last granted and now it's been installed. I did not notice that it was on the vac machine was located inside the bed of the planting, which I'm not sure if it helps the planting or not. So it should be removed and it should be put outside the planting bed, provided any of those activities does not come in the way of vehicles moving in and out of this facility. That is another concern of mine. So I think, and it seems the photo that was showed, it seems that the vac machine is somewhat tilted, so it may not even be structurally stable, so it needs to be bolted to the ground, and I don't think the bed of landscaping is a good place to bolt it, so you're better off putting it on ground and bolting it.
Do we have a position on the type of planting they should? Is,
It should be perennial. It's something that the low maintenance perennial so that you do not have to keep on having to re-landscape it. That is our recommendation. It just needs to look nice, not a place which is going to collect garbage, but a place that is going to visually look green and lush. We're not asking for the most expensive landscaping proposal, something that will last for a long time and be easy to maintain for the operator. That would be my suggestion.
Commissioner Shed?
Commissioner Yoon, Commissioner Shetty, you have your hands up. Did you want to respond to
yep.
that?
No, thank you.
Oh, okay,
I lowered it.
okay. Commissioner Yoon, do you have any suggestion to that? This is not.
I mean, typically we have recommended arborvitae. It can be something similar that is evergreen, so it's not, I mean, these will die
Yeah.
by end of October, November, and they won't come back. So
Mhm.
perhaps more than a suggestion, it should be a requirement that it's an evergreen plant that will or perennial plant. I don't know, but these won't make it, sadly.
Yeah. I mean, we generally see evergreens with the annuals so that it kind of beautifies the edges,
Sure.
but the rest of it is filled in with that are going to be there year round.
Mhm.
So,
I would suggest that he replant in October. I think that's still safe for planting perennials.
Yeah, yeah.
So at least he gets the value of these plants that he had planted.
well, and I don't want to drag this application to October,
So
this
it'll be
would-
on condition.
it would be our condition. And the applicant, actually, in that case, the applicant should provide a landscaping detail indicating the kind of plantings that would be provided. And the plan should indicate that the planting, the primary, most of the planting should be evergreen or perennial, like arborvitae, that as Commissioner Yoon suggested. And the annuals can be more of just beautification on the edges if you want to. But it should be mostly relying on evergreens and perennial. Okay.
21200BZ, 640-666 South Conduit Boulevard, Brooklyn.
Just give me a second, I'm putting the note. Okay. We received a couple of submissions on this one, and the application was last heard on May 8th. And I have to say, I'm very, very satisfied with this applicant's response all throughout this entire process, every step of the way. Are you okay?
Thank you.
You okay?
Yeah.
Every step of the way, the applicant has been working very cooperatively with the board and has been responding to all our concerns. Now we see the curb cuts and the sidewalks have been improved. Parking stalls have been restriped and the planting trees, wells have been improved. And excess signage also have been removed. And the applicant has finally revised the application with regards to the detailing area and is proposing a detailing area that would be about 418 square foot, a covered area of metal canopy with plexiglass side panel. And there is adequate floor area on the site, so the additional increase of 418 square foot would still be far less than what is the maximum permitted floor area on this site. So I did not have any issues with it. And the proposed hours for the detailing would be same as the auto laundry hours, which would be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days of the week. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
And also, I think this Friday, past Friday, we received an application that was in response to fire department's violations. And I don't know if fire department had a chance to review it, though it's not quite in our part of our condition, but it's kind of tagging along. So this can be responded to along with it. That would be great. So I think significant improvement has been made to this site, and I really want to thank the applicant for being so responsive to all our comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would add, I'm not sure if you said it, they did remove a great deal of graffiti and as well as signage. I'm not sure, but this case came a long way. They were very responsive. And I'm glad that we're at this point now.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I was very satisfied with their car detailing operation as explained, and it seems as if there's gonna be a maximum of 6 to 10 cars per day on this site for detailing, so I don't think that's going to interfere with any vehicle movement throughout the site. I'm satisfied with the application at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application. In general, I'm okay with the car detailing hours. The only thing I would add is regarding the car rentals. They mentioned that the car rentals is gonna be just like an office use. The actual handling of cars and the drop-offs will be off-site somewhere else. I would just add that as a condition. Other than that, I'm satisfied with the application, and I thank the applicant for the responsiveness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have a couple questions. One is that there on the updated signage, there are still signs that need to be removed, and I'd like the applicant to clarify why they haven't been, because it has been some time since we last heard
Okay.
this. And in general, I think there's still probably too many signs, but that it remains to be seen. I'd like for them to talk about why a few of them have not been removed. I have a question for us to discuss. When I was there in February, it was almost nighttime. You could see that the signs had some lights put around it, but it's not, is that considered an illuminated sign or is that not? That's just lights.
Are those signs on the plans? Because they noted in their cover letter that they are still removing signs and it's reflected in the plans.
Right, right. So I want them to clarify
Okay.
that, but this is not one of those signs, and it's a non-illuminated sign on the signage plan, and it's not that bright, but I'm bringing it up because I think that also there's still another sign that has, let me see if I can find it. They have removed a great deal of them, so I appreciate that. There was one above the mini market sign, which I don't know if I can get a close up of, but yeah. I think maybe for me, the best thing would be to see a photo or a video of it at night. Because when I did drive by it and see so many lit up signs at one time, it has been some time since I drove by it, but just to confirm, because there was a flashing blue light that was really bright driving home from JFK.
Yes, you
So
have
just for
mentioned-
assurance, it would be great to see a video at night. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the signage is based on, the calculation is based on different uses, which include the restaurant, but the restaurant is not shown on their C of O. Their C of O indicates the service station, auto laundry, and auto repair, plus the accessory convenience store. But they're also counting signage for the restaurant, which I believe we need them to update their C of O to add that as a use in order for the signage to be counted as an
good point.
additional
Right.
3 times the frontage.
That's a good point. Of the text, I was just reading the definition of illuminated, and it says a illuminated sign is a sign designed to give forth any artificial light or reflect such light from an artificial source. Now, is it therefore those little things are illuminated? I'm not sure. I think it's really, that is one of the reasons why I feel more comfortable for DOB to ensure, I'm sorry, to ensure compliance with the underlying regulation. Because there is a consistency, one assumes and hopes, DOB applies in reviewing signage. And there's been a lot of changes with regards to sign regulations in, you know, and especially with the lighting technology, how DOB is then interpreting what is illuminated and what is not illuminated. You know, is a different, it's a question that I think they are better able to answer it, and maybe we should get, someone should shed light on it for us, no pun intended. But it's a good question, and the applicant should clarify, at least at today's hearing,
Sure.
with regards to additional photos and the point that you brought up with regards to the restaurant, if you're counting that to be, because it says 150 square foot per zoning lot, and typically if on a zoning lot you have multiple business operations, you're allowed to have 150 square foot of signage per business establishment. So if the restaurant is a separate business establishment, it needs to be reflected accordingly for it to then be granted that 150 square foot of its own sign.
Or 3 times the frontage of that specific business.
I think in this typically it tends to be 150, because 3 times would be too much, right?
Up to 3 times up to 150.
Three-
Because that's the way they reflected it
right,
in their signage
Right,
analysis.
yeah,
So sometimes it's lower. That's
Yeah.
what I mean.
yeah, sometimes it can be lower.
But agreed.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further from me.
Thank you.
Move on.
Yep.
New cases, 55851BZ, 6822 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. I did not see on file anything from the community board on this one. This is an application for a 10-year extension of term to be obtained, to obtain a new certificate of occupancy for an existing automotive service use located at the subject site. This project dates back from 1952, where the board had granted an approval for a gasoline service station at this site. And the last extension that was granted was back in 2017. I don't think a proof of continuous use is required. Applicant has provided a compliance chart, but need to indicate compliance from all prior resolutions. With regards to zoning resolution section 11-41, the applicant states that the zoning lot has remained unchanged and documents have been provided. I was satisfied with that. There really is not any change that the applicant is proposing, though the applicant needs to provide a lumen study. And the overall site, from the photos provided and from the Google Street View, it seems the site has been maintained in good conditions, I'm sorry. I did not see anything with regards to the status of the violation, so if the applicant can clarify during the public hearing if there are any violations issued to this site. But overall, I was satisfied with the application with few changes and information that the applicant needs to provide. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your statements. I think this is a well-maintained site. I'd ask that we reach out to the community board to see if we can expedite their hearing on this. Nothing further from me.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't sure whether there is a vacuum along the residential property line on 69th Street. I saw this in the view, but I couldn't see it on the drawings. If yes, they need to indicate that on the existing condition plan. And also I have a question for them, whether there is any, or there was any complaint from the neighbors. That's all what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also saw the vacuum on the residential lot line. I think it should be removed because it's right next to an apartment building. And it's not shown on the plans from what I could tell. So I also didn't see it there. When I was there, there's an air tower on the intersection at the corner near the sidewalk. And there was a car there changing a tire on the sidewalk because of the air tower being located there. I think that one should also be removed because there are other air towers and vacuums located on the site. Otherwise, it was in very good condition when I was there and I have nothing further.
This is another reason why I always. I'm just,
Talking about this arrow.
oh, okay,
Where
and that's a
else?
busy intersection.
Right. Where-
If it's
what
helpful,
is
I
that?
can pull up photos.
Well, it can be where the cars are parked.
That's
uh,
residential behind.
Yep, if it's helpful for everyone.
Hold on.
It's a tricky site. I believe we had issues with placement of
So,
items last time.
right, and the location next to BQE.
Right.
That would be the best location where the BQE exit ramp is.
I think that's gonna create a little bit of congestion by these pumps.
I see.
This is not really.
Okay.
So I agree that we should remove the vacuum from the residential side and perhaps put it where the air pump currently is. Maybe with a sign saying no parking on sidewalk.
Uh,
It is a very busy intersection.
It is.
It is.
It would be great if we could do it on by the BQE, but I just don't, we're still gonna run into the same. We're still gonna run.
But
into
there
the
isn't
same-
any curb cut there. Well, no, there is a curb cut.
There's not, yeah, well,
I just want to look at the plan.
it's not ideal. They do, I think they're required to have an air pump.
Yes, they are required to have
So-
an air pump.
I agree, it's not the ideal location. I just don't think there's,
And also, it's not often that use of the air pump is gonna correspond to change a flat tire also. A lot of the times, people just use an air pump just to even out the tires and then keep moving. And it's like a 5-minute operation, not a whole hour. I think it's just an occasional situation where you might have an emergency.
well, the gas stations you go to are much more kind than the ones that I go to. We have 3-minute max on the quarters.
So I do notice that there are two existing vacuums, vacuum towers along the BQE exit. And I think that is probably the best location because you're by the BQE exit. It is closer to the residential, but it is very far away from the nearest residential window. It's kind of almost on the, the amount of vehicles that are coming around the BQE exit. Yeah, it's gonna get like,
It's hidden in there.
yeah, it's hidden in that area. I'm looking at the
It'd be drowned
plans.
out by the cars of the BQ again.
Yeah, so I'm okay with where the vacuums are. It's the air tower.
There's one vacuum in the middle here, like right behind here, that I believe Commissioner Yu and
Oh.
Commissioner Shepherd were discussing.
Oh, I did not see that. in the
Can I just share my screen? I believe we can explain it better with that.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I see which one you're referring to, the
Yes.
one.
Yeah, this is the vacuum that we're discussing. It's close to the window.
Ah,
I believe if they move it here, if someone needs air, he can just drive from the curb cut and go to there and just put air and then start like moving out or maybe getting back
yeah, I
to the
think all
pumps.
of those operations can be tucked along the BQE front lot line. I think that is probably the best place.
Yeah, here.
There's
Yeah.
plenty of
Right.
room.
Yeah, it seems there is
Yeah.
plenty of room.
Yes, there is.
Okay. So
Thank
maybe
you.
the applicant can speak to that.
Move on. We got
Um,
everybody?
I think we do.
Tracy's hand is up.
Yeah.
Trick says that.
We just needed some minor changes to the type 2 checklist that they need the project name, the calendar number. For question 5, part 1, they should check no. And for part 2, they should remove all the check marks because this is an extension of term and those questions don't apply. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Stanton.
thank you.
The next item is 63557 BZ, 115 East 69th Street, Manhattan.
Okay, we received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. Committee board has voted to approve this project. 29 in favor, 6 in opposition. This is an application for a 10-year extension of term that expired on January 26, 2022 for a continued use for a general office, use group 6, on the cellar, first and second floor for an existing building and a waiver of board's rule. I think the applicant has provided all the information that we typically ask for such cases, and a proof of continuous use has been provided. And a compliance chart also has been provided and no changes proposed. I just want to know if there are any open violations. Those are my questions. Vice Chair Shibeta?
Thank you, Chair. I was considering whether or not a longer term would be appropriate. But I'm concerned, I'd like to know why there are 6 people in opposition at the community board. We can get some clarification as to what the concern was. If
You
it's,
can have the project manager reach out.
thank you.
Clarification.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree that it would be beneficial to reach out to the community board to understand why 6 members were in opposition to this project. The other thing, I would ask them to resubmit the plans because the plans are not legible. I do believe that this is resulting from the resolution printing from the CAD to PDF. If you look at the PDFs and you zoom even to look at the spaces and try to understand which space is used for what, it's not possible to read the kind of text on the plans. So I would just them to reprint, just ask them to reprint and resubmit the plans. And I don't think if we're ready to close, this wouldn't like delay the closing if it's possible to do it.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have nothing further.
740, may I go on?
Yes, please.
74965 BZ, 1820 Richmond Road, Staten Island.
I'm just going to open up the drawings. I have some questions. All right, so we received proof of initial filing and proof of hearing notices. Community board waived the right to hear. This is an application for an extension of term which expired in November of 2020 and waiver of board's rule, extension of time to obtain certificate of occupancy which expired in June of 2013, and an amendment to board's condition for continuous use of an existing gasoline and automotive service station at the subject site. Applicant has provided proof of continuous use since November of 2020 by providing a New York State DEC PBS registration certificate and FDNY permit. And last FDNY permit FDNY inspection was held in September 2022. Google Street Views also show that the business has been in operation since October 2021. A compliance chart has not been provided. With regards to the proposed, the applicant needs to provide the sales area analysis per TPPN 1099. And based on Google Street View, more vehicles are parked on the site than indicated on the plan. If needed, revise the plan to provide more on-site parking spaces and provide photos of the interior site condition. Hours of operations, it's not clear what is the hour of operation for the gasoline service station and automotive repair. The trash enclosure seem to be in fine condition. I did not have any issues with the lighting. It was provided. The landscaping, it seems there's a wooded area in the rear, and that is being maintained. I would like the applicant to provide photos of that. With regards to the signage, per Google Street View, there are excess banners mounted on the fence along Stowe Avenue, and those need to be removed. Overall site condition based on the street view, Google Street View, it seems the site is maintained in good condition. There is an open ECB violation for building occupancy without a valid CO, and sidewalk and pumps area in disrepair. That's what it says. So those need to be corrected. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I've traveled by the site a number of times through the years. It is generally kept in good condition. I did want to know if they intend on selling alcohol in the convenience store or not. Generally, they do detail if they do or do not want to. So, and I have nothing further.
General Counsel has hands up. You want to recognize him then?
Yes. Yes, Council.
Hi, Board. Chair, I just wanted to state in regard to the comment about the open ECB violation for occupancy contrary without a CO. That won't be resolved until they obtain an approval from the board. The applicant will likely represent that, but it's likely because they don't have a valid BSA approval at this time.
Thank you. So with regards to selling of the alcohol, isn't that there's nothing in our that we cannot.
I just want to know if it's detailed.
Oh. Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
It's my understanding that their request for the change of hours applies only to the gas sales in the convenience store, and that the auto repair will stay the same as before, which is Monday.
Here is my passport. It's illegal in Dubai.
Uh,
Employer, keep your passport.
Can
Commissioner Cheta,
Mute. John, thank you.
or whoever,
So-
yeah.
It's also a little hard to hear Commissioner Ollie Brown, so
Can you
she
repeat?
could.
Charlie Brown, would you please?
Sure. My understanding that the change in hours is going to apply to the gas sales and the convenience store only going to 24/7, and that the auto repair will remain the same as Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturday, 7 a.m. to noon. So they should just confirm that. That's my understanding based on my analysis, and I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree that the site is in good shape. It looks okay for me. Two things that I caught my eye. The first one is when I looked at Google View, I saw cars without plates parking on site. I'm not sure if they have car sales. So this is one item for them to clarify. The other one, I'm gonna need to share my screen. Bear with me. I can see here the U-Haul van parking. And actually, I didn't care much about this because it might be there for maintenance. But when I drove on Google like that around the corner, I saw couple, maybe three. This is one, I believe this is two, this is three. So I'm not sure if this van here is related to the other two, it's just there for maintenance. So I need them to clarify about that as well. That's all what I have for this side. Thank you.
Did you see the website to see if this site has been identified as a U-Haul pickup or drop-off area or not?
I did not check the location for a U-Haul facility, but I can do that maybe.
Okay, that would be great if you can.
Yeah.
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also noticed that there seem to be too many signs and banners on the site. I have some photos from when I was there recently, which I will share. There's a car parked on the sidewalk and some extra banners all along the curb and a sandwich board.
Yes.
But the more concerning thing was that what's shown on the plan is not what's shown in life. There is now a hand car wash and detailing covered canopy and a mobile trailer on the site,
Oh,
which are not shown in any of the photos that they provided. And I just happened to go maybe a week or two ago and see this. So I think the applicant needs to clarify whether they intend to keep operating this, because it's not shown on it.
so there is a car wash area.
I don't, it's like a
Photo
hand
pickup.
car wash and detailing with a mobile trailer.
General Counsel's hand is up.
Yes, General Counsel?
Hi, board. In response to your question, I can just share screen quickly. A quick Google search did show that 1820 Richmond Road, Staten Island does show up as a U-Haul neighborhood dealer.
Okay,
Thank you, counsel. I just saw the same.
Yeah.
okay. Applicant, we need a full understanding of what is going on, and this requires, this is not what was approved. So a proof of continuous use is very needed. So it seems that the site is not in compliance with the prior board grant. And we need an operational plan of how the site is going to be brought into compliance. Actually, it needs to be brought into compliance now with regard, if starting with the removal of the U-Haul trucks from the site. And it being removed from the U-Haul website. And second of all, the auto detailing or the car wash program that is there now. It's definitely not what the board approved. And should you want to consider doing this, it requires quite a bit of change then to the site plan, because it is abutting a residential use and the wooded area, and don't know where the water runoff, all of those. So this is not a slam dunk. So I take back what I said, that the site, while on Google Street View looks good, but it seems there's a lot more that's happening that was not approved.
Ms. Mankey, Saren Step.
Yes, Ms. Benke?
Once this is in compliance, the type 2 checklist does need to be updated, because right now it does not say it is a type 2. So they need to check yes in part 1, question 3, and remove the check marks in part 2, question 1, because that does not apply to this extension of term. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners?
I just want to say that I was wishing that I am wrong, but it doesn't make me feel well that something was hidden from the board.
Yeah.
Move on, Madam Chair.
Yes.
71682 BZ 20934 Northern Boulevard.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and proof of hearing notices. I do not have anything on file from with regards to the community board vote. This is an application for an extension of term for continuous use of a retail establishment located on the subject site that is partially zoned for residential use only. So little bit of correction that needs to be done with regards to the history. So the statement of fact has an error with regards to the 2017 grant. In 2017, both extension of term and time was granted. The term expired on 6/13/2023, and the time to obtain certificate of occupancy expired on 8/22/2021. I think the way it's written, it seems everything expired on 6/13/2023. That's not what it is, so that needs to be corrected. I do not believe a proof of continuous use is required, because as I mentioned, the term expired only in June of this year. Proof of compliance chart, a compliance chart has been provided, but in the compliance chart for 2017, two of the conditions from 2017, no parking on sidewalk, 45th Road entrance, locked and used only for fire safety vehicle, has been asterisked with a note that that states that these two conditions are inapplicable or irrelevant to the site. So I would like the applicant to clarify why, because these two conditions were mentioned also in the 1983 resolution. So I would like to understand why these two conditions are not applicable or are irrelevant for going forward. The applicant it's not clear if applicant is proposing any changes or not. I'm assuming no changes are proposed to the prior conditions because the statement of fact was very, very thin on information. So I'm making assumptions as I'm going along. With regards to landscaping, there are gaps in the landscaping. Applicant needs to provide photos along the lot line. I do not think it is in compliance with the prior approved plans. And with regards to the site, at least based on what I saw on Google Street View, it seems to be maintained, but the landscape is missing, unless you guys on your site visit unearth something that I'm keen on hearing about. And there aren't any open violation on this. So Vice Chair Shivetta.
Thank you. I agree with your comments. The landscaping is sparse. I would, yeah, that's nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So the resolution states that deliveries need to be between 8 AM and 8 PM. And they state in their paperwork that their deliveries are before 10 PM. I think they should try and stick within the 12-hour period that we provided in the resolution, considering its proximity to residential in the back portion of the site where the loading and unloading would be taking place. No other
Till
question.
10 or 12?
Hey,
No, we say in the resolution between 8 AM and 8 PM. They just state they're before 10 PM. They don't really state whether or not they're complying with our
Okay.
resolution. but
So
they
need
comply.
to stick to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add on this application.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I had a similar question about the landscaping, which they also say in their compliance chart that the landscaping requirements were no longer applicable. So I'd like some clarification on that. I have nothing further.
Why is no longer applicable?
On their compliance chart, they're showing that the 1983 grant, those conditions are not applicable anymore because the grant allowing auto repair was replaced in 1991.
we disagree.
But
I take to, but it's still shown on their C of O that they're landscaping requirements, so it doesn't. It's not.
oftentimes automotive repairs have moved to gas station or vice versa or combination of both. I don't think that takes away the landscaping. Landscaping has always been used as a way to buffer such operations from residential use. So it's not tied to one use specifically. It's a combination of all of this use and how they visually may not be so pleasing from a residential
Right.
property line. Council has the hand up? Yes, Council?
Hi, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. I just noticed something. First, I'm going to share a Google Street View showing the curb cut entering the parking area. And apologies if the board has already stated this. There's a curb cut entering the parking area. That's great. But there's also this odd curb cut here, which looks like there must have been a historical loading zone at some point. But now I'm going to share approved plans and previously approved plans and proposed plans. That curb cut is not shown on existing or proposed plans, nor is it on the previously approved plans. So that curb cut has to go.
Yeah, okay.
Move on.
Yes.
New cases, 175-10 BZ, 3400 Baychester Avenue, the Bronx.
Received proof of initial filing and proof of hearing notices. Committee board has voted to approve this project. There are 2 letters of oppositions also that we received, and the opposition is with regards to the fact the 2 letters state they want the site to be restored to underlying permitted residential use and oppose allowing the use that would add to fossil fuel use that is not a transit-oriented development and its proximity to other gas station. This is an extension of term for a continuous use of the site for an existing automobile service station with repair and convenience store and extension of time to obtain certificate of occupancy and waiver of board's rule. The site has been in BOSA's jurisdiction since 1956, since when variance was granted for this site to be used as a gasoline service station with minor auto repair, office sales, car washing, and lubritorium. And since then, some modifications have happened. The last extension that was granted was back in 2012. I think, no, 2011, I'm sorry. And the extension, the term expired in 2021. Yeah. And extension of time to obtain CO expired in 2013. The applicant represents that the zoning lot has remained unchanged. With regards to the proof of continuous use, Google Street Views have been provided from 2021, 2022, and 2023. Also, a compliance chart has been provided. With regards to the proposed, the applicant is not proposing any changes. However, and this will remain as a 24/7 gasoline service station with an auto repair use between Mondays through Fridays, 8:30 to 6 p.m. and Saturday 9 to 2 p.m. The trash enclosure, it is not enclosed. I think the bin is kind of just lying helter-skelter. That needs to be enclosed. Lighting, I'm not sure if a lumen study is needed since all the light fixtures are located away from the rear lot line abutting residential homes. However, a note should be added in case additional light fixtures are to be added along the lot line, residential lot line, and a note should state that all light sources that are located on the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and pointed down and away from residences to minimize any adverse effect on surrounding residences. I don't believe a landscaping would be required since we have a brick wall that is 5 to 6 foot high along the residential lot line. With regards to signage, based on site photo number 4, there are excess signage and those need to be removed, especially along Baychester Avenue. Overall site condition, it needs to be cleaned up. There is a lot of debris, auto parts. I think these were former wheels, wheel racks that are located outside. Oh, yeah, right. But at least the photographs were taken, it seems there weren't any.
They took the tires off.
They took the
left
tires off. Yeah,
Yeah, the rack.
tire is the right term. I'm thinking wheels, but it's actually
could see-
tires is what I'm talking
You
about.
could see the tires on Google Images.
From past.
Yeah.
So yes, those tires, tire racks need to be removed. And there is graffiti on the wall and the wall needs a very good coat of painting. There are 4 open violations regarding electric sign and unsafe building condition. Applicant needs to provide an update as to what these signs, what these violations are from. The applicant state these are old violations from 1990 or so, but it needs to be corrected anyway. The property owner estimates obtaining a certificate of occupancy in 18 months. But we want the site to be cleaned up now as we are deliberating. And first and foremost, I need to know whether tires are stored on the site. If so, they need to find a site location that is within the building, not located outside. And And also the site needs to be cleaned up, signage needs to be removed now. Vice Chair Shabazz.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your statements. With regard to the objection was not specified to the harms of this location in particular, but the harms associated with this use in general. As such, it is not it didn't offer us an insight to this particular location and what, if any, bad behavior they were doing, were up to. There are some, I believe we mentioned there is some debris by the air pump that needs to be addressed, and by the fence. The trash is overflowing in by the trash receptacle, and there's graffiti on wall that you could be seeing on page 17. I would certainly agree with a fresh coat of paint on this location. It is chipping off, and it is certainly not a clean site or a good look. Nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with you that there needs to be a trash enclosure of quality materials here, and they also need to put that trash enclosure on the plans and build it. I have no other questions or comments.
Sorry, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, there is a typo on page 6 of 6 under violation history, where it reads there are 4 open DOB violations or no open ECP violations. I believe it's and instead of or. So this is a minor thing. Regarding the lumen spread, looking at Google View, I can see 2 light poles. One of them is close to the tire racks and one of them is on the other side. And I believe they are quite close to the residential property line. I do understand that maybe in the previous submission, the previously approved plans, they haven't submitted lumen spread. In this shot as well, in this application, in this submission, I haven't seen a lumen spread submitted. So if they can just prepare one and add the note you mentioned, Chair, I believe that would be helpful. And other than that, I'm satisfied with the application.
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I just, in addition to the comments that have been made, the signage calculation seems to be splitting the signage area between the 2 frontages, which I don't think is the correct way of calculating your signage. The sign is fully on a frontage or not. It's not split across the 2 streets that it fronts on.
And sometimes if it's in a corner and it's facing, you take one side and you allocate it to that. Typically, that's one of the things we have suggested, just to make it simple.
Right, that's helpful. And then the other thing is the signage that is shown is a Stretch Precision Auto Repair, but when you look at the photos that are submitted, that sign doesn't exist, but there are many other banners. And so it would be good to know what the actual, I did see that sign on older Google Street View photos, but it doesn't seem to represent what's actually on the site. I'd like a clarification on that from the applicant. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Move on? Yes.
8877 BZ to 90-77 BZ, 220 East 86th Street, Manhattan.
Thank you. We received proof of initial filing and proof of hearing notice. Committee board has voted to disapprove this application. This is an amendment application to enlarge the zoning lot to transfer the unused development rights from the subject variance site into an abutting site for an as-of-right development. The subject site and the receiving site, both the sites are proposed to be merged into a zoning lot to allow for this transfer of the unused floor area. And so back in 1977, the board had granted a variance, and the variance on the subject lot was to allow for extension of the commercial use to extend beyond the commercial zoning district into the portion which is not zoned for commercial use. The proposed application is to amend the existing zoning law to allow the transfer of unused development rights that is abutting the lot that is fronting on East 66th Street. The current zoning lot stretches from 86th to 85th Street. The frontage on 86th Street is zoned C2-8A with which has a higher FAR, and the portion of the zoning lot that is on 85th Street is R8B. So the excess floor area from the C2-8A is proposed to be transferred to the abutting lot, which is also located in C2-8A. And so typically in this situation, we go through what is called the Bella Vista test. But before I get into that, there is just a couple of clarification the applicant needs to make with regards to the zoning calculation in the zoning chart. In the zoning chart for R8B, what the in R8B, I think the FAR that is permitted for both residential and community facility is same. It's maximum that is permitted is 4 FAR. I think the residential floor area that is shown permitted is less than 4 that would be permitted under the 4 FAR. And so with regards to the Bella Vista test, to transfer the unused floor area, the applicant has to go through this Bella Vista test to ensure that such a transfer will not conflict with the original findings related to findings B and E of zoning resolution section 72-21. First of all, the sites were held in separately and unrelated ownership. And since the time of the grant, the need to demonstrate that the applicant lacked the control as part of the Bella Vista, the applicant needs to demonstrate the applicant lacked the control over the timing and the nature of the development of the receiving site. The subject site and the receiving site were separately owned back in 1977. And for that, a deed change report has been provided. This establishes that the applicant lacked the control over the timing and the nature of the development of the receiving site. The second test of the Bella Vista is if number of years since the grant of the variance to use of the for the use of the transfer of development right is more than a brief period, the value of unused development right increased and substantially and unforeseeable way. So as I mentioned, the variance was granted back in 1977. And so this proposal is before us, which is now over 40 years. So significant amount of time has gone by since the variance was granted. And a letter has been provided from the financial analysis, providing with an explanation of the feasibility of the transfer of development rights to abutting lots back in 1977. The board has seen many such such cases, and typically we have seen that back in 1977 or so, in the 70s, when the city was going through an economic crisis, it affected the real estate investment. And frankly speaking, I don't even think at that time there was much of an appetite for transfer of development rights in all parts of the city. Only very select, high density commercial office buildings probably took advantage of it, but it did not spill over onto other areas. And this would be one such area where this was not to be expected. With regards to the third prong of the Bella Vista was the transfer of development right considered at the time of the grant of the variance, and the rights were given value or not foreseeable at the time of the grant because of limited market for development rights that made the assemblage infeasible at that time. And the real estate market conditions have changed since then. As I stated earlier, the market condition back in 77 was weak. And so therefore, typically in those at that time when the board did grant variance, it did not factor in, I don't think, development rights and the value of it. And so and based on the documents that I've read so far, no value was placed on that unused floor area. But Commissioner Otley Brown can speak to that. I am generally satisfied and it meets the test. And that's that. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I am also satisfied with this application. I believe it does. It's consistent with the Bella Vista findings and holdings in that this premise and the receiving site were under separate ownership in 1977. We could prove that by, that was supported by the deed chain report. And this is relevant because that shows that the applicant lacked control over the timing and nature of the development of the receiving site. The proposed transfer of development rights is proposed to occur 45 years after the variance was approved. And it's clear that this neighborhood has changed, making the value of the unused development rights change in a substantial and unforeseeable way. And thirdly, in 1977, there was limited market value in unused development rights. That's detailed in a financial analysis, which I found compelling. And I too would like to hear from Commissioner Otley Brown with regard to that. I have nothing further.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I found this to be a very thorough application. I found their analysis of the three prongs of Bella Vista to be very complete and detailed. They provided a title search that showed that this site was separate ownership from the other sites surrounding it. They computed the amount of years that had elapsed since the original variance, which was over 45 years. And the financial analysis delved into the historical climate of New York City in the mid to late 70s, having gone through the city defaulting and then recovering during its economic crisis, the impact of the blackout, as well as the out of control crime that resulted from that blackout and its effect on dampening development, desire for development within the 5 boroughs. And the combination of that, along with the amendment to the zoning resolution that actually enabled multiple owners to merge into one zoning lot to transfer development rights across the different lines, was not even put into place until 77, around the time of the original variance, and certainly didn't take off until a few years after that. And so when they provided their analysis of the adjacent lots to show that there was no receptor for those development rights, I found that very thorough and very convincing. I personally have no more questions concerning Bella Vista.
Thank you. Yes, that's a very good point you're raising, Commissioner Otley Brown, with regards to the zoning resolution, the change with regards to definition of what is a zoning lot. And that did come about at around the same time, which allowed abutting property owners under different ownership to merge as one zoning lot. And it would have been too premature for the board to apply that rule, given other economic and market conditions also. And would have been too soon even for somebody to react to it. Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
I want to start with saying I'm satisfied with the application. I also did go over the community board report, and I see the community board has 2 main concerns. The first one is a structural concern, which is cantilevering over an existing building. I do believe as a structural engineer, cantilevering over an existing building or even over nothing is very common in structural engineering. All what it needs to do like efficiently and satisfactorily is a structural engineer who knows what he's doing. So it's not uncommon thing to cantilever part of the building over an existing building or over nothing. This is the first point I saw in the community report recommendations. The second thing is regarding the size of the building, and I'm not sure if we grant this, the size of the resulting size of the building at the receiving size, would this be like larger or taller than the existing 2 sites to the east and to the west? I would like the applicant to just educate me on that. It's just for clarification purposes for me, but I'm satisfied with the application.
First of all, the transfer of development rights would result in an as-of-right development. So this is a zoning district of C2-8A. So it's a contextual envelope. Therefore, it would be limited by the maximum height that is permitted. So even if there is an excess floor area that is being transferred over, the maximum building height would be governed by the underlying zoning regulations. And any of the abutting buildings that are even not part of the zoning lot are allowed to build up to whatever the underlying zoning allows. So that is not what is before us. I just want to let you know that, and that is not a
Yes.
question I don't think the applicant needs to answer. It is, we are just looking at the change in the variance with regards to the zoning lot and the applicability of the Bella Vista.
Right. And with regard to Bella Vista, being that that is a case that that certainly has very clearly details our obligations and requirements on how we decide these cases and what we're supposed to focus on. I think that we should be cautious with regard to precedent on that.
Yeah. And also with regards to, I did review the board's concern with regards to the cantilever. As long as it can be done as of right and DOB is satisfied with it. And as you mentioned, it is a pretty common occurrence throughout the city. Whenever these TDRs are happening, that is one of the ways they try to maximize the floor area and also maintaining the maximum building height. That is the way that is achieved. That would be pursuant to the underlying zoning, and DOB will be reviewing it to ensure its compliance. But before it can go to DOB, it needs the TDR approval from us because of the variance. And
Understood.
yeah.
And I wasn't actually requiring the applicant to like clarify what I mentioned. It was just for my educational purpose. If they don't want to comment on that, I'm okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have nothing further. I'm satisfied with the application.
Yeah, so I think as Commissioner Shetta has said, he was satisfied with what we discussed, and it's not a question that he needs any response from the applicant. And I would think we need to focus what is before us, which is the Bella Vista case. So the applicant, if they want to shed any light with regards to the Bella Vista and the finding associated with it, any questions that we have raised that needs to be responded, those need to be responded to. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right, let's move to the next case.
2016-4348A through 2016-4353A, 8514 57th Avenue, Queens.
Okay. Proof of initial filing and proof of hearing notice is not required. This is an extension of time. The applicant is requesting a 4-year extension of time to complete construction and obtain a certificate of occupancy by January of 2023, and waiver of board's rule to develop a 4-story residential home partially located within the bed of Map Street. And the applicant has cited, given its reason for the delay. Permits have been issued, but the drainage plans have been amended per BSA condition, but ran into some financial issues that prevented the construction, followed by the pandemic, which further delayed the construction timeline. And the previous owners has sold this property to the current owner, and the current owner is ready to complete the construction. I don't want the applicant to provide the construction timeline. That has not been provided. There is one violation, which is failure to provide a construction fence. So it's photos were provided, which seems to indicate there is a construction fence. So maybe that was in response to DOB's violations. Maybe the applicant can clarify that, but I don't have any other questions regarding this matter. Vice Chair Shibata.
I was satisfied with this application. The only thing that I believe was missing was the gun that you mentioned was a construction timeline. I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta. Can't hear you, Commissioner Shetta.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with this application.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm done.
I think that is done for
Yeah,
today.
so, this concludes the public review session. So we'll commence with the public hearing.
Give 'em a break.
So we are at 11:45, so keep the math simple. Let's meet at 12 o'clock. Give applicant 15 minutes to regroup, and then we will go into the public session. And I just want to say, though you can't see, we have our young interns who are here in our audience. And thank you. And they're helping us. They have been, this is a program that BSA runs, and we have interns from high schools, from the city. They come and work with us, and we learn from them, and vice versa, I hope.
Yeah, they're part of the mayor's summer youth.
Yes, Mayor Summer Youth Program, and they help us putting a lot
immensely.
of the history that our agency dates from 1916. So you can imagine we have a lot of history, and you help us put that all together in a more modern record recovery,
Digitization of the bullet
digitize,
points, yeah.
and we become paperless therefore. So thank you. And you should feel free to ask us any questions after the hearing, anything you want, please do. Okay.
So we're gonna come back at 12 o'clock. Okay. sign to change?
Yes, we are live.
Okay, Jella, can you change your sign? Let's do without the sign. Thanks, Jella. Sorry. Good afternoon. We are at the Board of Standards and Appeals Public Hearing for July 24th, 2023. The first item is continued hearing items 63670 BZ 10545 Horace Harding Expressway.
I think
And this is Daniel Ash. Mr. Ash, please join us. Please join us panelists. Please open your video. Second swear in. No, you need to put your video on, sir. And unmute. Someone let him join his panelists, please. I'm not a host. But what happened?
Oh.
Carlo?
Yes, now you may be a panelist.
Wait a minute. Carlo, hold on, Mr. Ash.
Mhm.
Carlo?
We're recording again.
I'm here.
Okay, it's stopped and now it's saying it's being recorded, but it's showing up on the screen. Okay, can we proceed?
Yes, we're live.
Okay, just let me recall the calendar number, so just in case, 63670 BZ 10545 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Ash. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name and proceed. You've heard the board's questions. Please respond.
I am Daniel Ash on behalf of the applicant. I heard the board's comments. I think a lot of them, the issues about things that were not on the plans, like the vacuum and air tower, the clothing bin being removed, that is on the updated plans that we sent out. You must have been looking at, I think on one day I sent it and they gave me additional comments, and the next day I resent it all, including the TPPN analysis that was also added to the drawings.
Could you state for the record, please, what dates those were?
It was originally on the 17th, and then I resubmitted on the 18th with the changes.
Okay, so I am looking at the 18th submitted plan, and I'm looking at A003. A003 does not show the clothes bin. It does show the air vac towers, but we recommend that you relocate the vacuum tower from the planting bed.
Yes,
on-
that I'll address that in the next second. But you could see that the clothing bin has been removed from the latest set.
So it's no longer there.
Yeah, they asked me, it was there when we first started this project, then it got removed. So I was asked to just take it off the existing plan since it's not there at the moment.
Okay,
So
so,
make it easy.
okay.
Commissioner Shibata, can you put your camera, please?
Commissioner Sheta?
Shibata.
Oh, Commissioner Shibata, Vice Chair. Okay.
Sorry, Vice Chair.
Oh. With regards to the TPPN analysis, I have to go to the plan
It's on A06.
006. Okay, all right. Are you satisfied with this, Commissioner Otley Brown? I am. I'm looking at the analysis. I think it seems to be consistent.
Are they in the folder? These A718 updated plans?
They were submitted. I
I
downloaded
think I
it.
just found them in my emails, but I didn't see them on the
Submit.
project folder.
Okay. Okay, so I see those, so the cloth bin has been, clothing
Yes.
has been removed, so it's no longer there.
Yes, then with regards to the vacuum that is within the planting area, I talked to the dealer for the site and we will relocate that outside and I'll reflect that on an updated set of plans.
Okay.
There was also a question about the lighting and what we changed on the updated set of drawings. We added that note about if the adjoining property commented that everything is directed downward and away from the adjacent residential property, shielding to be installed as necessary. It's pretty small lumen. I know it's 2 or 3, 4, and that's entirely from the driveway and the lighting on the building next to us.
So this is the question that we at our initial hearing, that is what we thought was happening, but there's a way to factor that into the analysis to indicate the light that is emanating from your property is what is the value of that. The reason I do not want this to read 4 and 3 and 3, because this is way above even what the minimum, 0 or 1 or 2, it is much more than that. That combination is something as a result of the light that is coming from the abutting property, as you're stating. There is a way to factor that into the analysis and reflect that. And that is what we wanted to be shown, because we do not want, and we want to make sure the future board is very clear what we are approving is only the light that is coming from this property and not combined light source. Because we don't have the control on the combined light source. We only have control on, or we can direct the applicant to address the lighting with regards to the subject light, not any other ambient lighting from any other light sources.
Okay, I'll make that clear on the drawing.
So you need to just revise the analysis and indicate that.
Yes.
Otherwise, it would look like the board approved a much higher lumen count. And honestly speaking, I also don't want any future applicants to use this as a precedent, kind of saying this is what has been granted, but that's not what it is.
Understood.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Shetter.
Yeah, since this is the second time submitted like that, I just want to make it easier for the applicant. Whoever measured, it sounds like that what you submitted are measurements. They are not coming from a computer model because they are limited number of spots. Whoever did the measurements that you submitted, ask him to do the following. Turn off the lights at your station and take at the same exact spots, take measurements, and you're gonna get numbers. If the measurements are okay, it should be less than what you submitted. So if the submitted is 4 at the same spot, you get 2. If you got 3 at the same spot, probably you get 1. And then ask him to submit the lights off and then the current, and then subtract the current minus the lights off. It's gonna give you numbers, probably much less than what you submitted this time, which is the net. We need to see the difference, the only portion that's coming from your property. So you could even do them in one drawing, like put the 4, 3, 1. 4 is what is currently submitted, which
You
is
want to
coming
see
from both.
both,
And then
and
3
add together.
is what is coming from the adjacent, and the difference is 1. And then give him a legend. You could put 1 in a square, 1 in a circle, and 1 without anything. And just add the legend that the square is the total, the circle is the adjacent, and the 1 is the difference. So you make it easier for us to like filter out what's coming from the adjacent property.
Okay.
I
thank
hope
you,
this
Chair.
is
Yes,
gonna be helpful.
that's helpful.
Thank you.
And then I saw Commissioner Yoon noticed that there was graffiti. We had previously removed graffiti. This site apparently keeps getting people coming back again. We will take care of that additional graffiti and provide photos, as well as trying to keep every couple weeks having more graffiti removed.
Okay, thank you. I also want to clarify that I went before the photos were submitted that showed the updated trash enclosure. So it may have been before all of the graffiti was removed because the trash enclosure had not been painted yet. So it may just be providing a photo from that angle because I predated the latest submission.
Yeah, I actually live nearby this site, so I go by a lot. I know they always get more graffiti. So I will double check that area
All right.
I'm pretty sure they probably have by now, but we will take care of it and submit photos.
Thank you.
Great.
And then the last comment that you had was regard to more cars parking than we showed parking spaces for. The area where you saw that last car is where the air vacuum and air tower and vacuum are.
Mhm.
So I didn't show that as a parking space because it wasn't for a car awaiting service. But cars do pull in and out of there in order to do their air and vacuum. If you'd like, we will paint that as a parking space and indicate it on the drawings as such with a bollard.
Yeah, I would say do that. That way, you're not implicating, you're not creating a situation that is not in compliance and, you do have a small convenience or somebody could be coming there and parking. It's fine. And I think you're just adding one more space. It's
Yeah.
not change
Okay.
your, the findings.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, there was one further comment you had about planting. Were you referring to the planting within the ID planter as needing additional plantings?
So the ID planter and that planting bed that is next to the trash receptacle, those are the two where, as Commissioner Yoon pointed out, there were these plants that would not even last more than the season. So the idea of the landscaping is, yes, it would be great if the seasonal planting is provided, but that's a lot of cost and maintenance associated with it. Recognizing that at a minimum, provide evergreen planting as much as possible with maybe a few annuals if you want to, just to kind of spruce it up. But the evergreens like arborvitaes, and they stay for a long time without you having to do much of maintaining and replanting and other things. So our recommendation is always to go for something that will last you a long time without having to maintain and repot, replant every year or so. So especially that corner ID pad area, it's a fairly large and it's very visible. And by the trash enclosure is also, it's right there by the curb. I think those are the two places you can just simply change to evergreens. And if you still want to have some annuals on the edge, just keep a little bit. That way you don't have to keep planting the entire bed with annual.
Okay.
It's a lot more cost effective and less maintenance. So that would be our recommendation. So, and that's why I'm suggesting that you provide a landscaping plan with basically a outline of. I think we can send you a sample if you have not done one.
I think we've done it on other sites. I just wanted to clarify the areas that required it.
The areas and the kind of planting.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Did Ms. Benke want to say anything? I just saw her hand pop up for a brief second.
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Ash? Let's go to the public then.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 63670BZ 10545 Horace Harding Expressway. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 859-7827-3743 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Sorry, at the next prompt, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute in order to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. While we're waiting for public to call in, how long will it take for you to make these changes?
To paint the parking, put the bollard, move the vacuum, and make the plantings, I would say 4 weeks.
4 weeks. With regards to the bollards, we want to make sure you provide a bollard that is not going to, again, become a nuisance. So there is a standard that we have, we can share with you. It should be a metal bollard that should be bolted to the ground. So we'll send you a sample that you can.
Yeah,
follow.
so we'll do something with a footing and a metal bollard.
Are we okay to close it? Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Sheta? Are we okay to close it?
I believe we can close it. Yeah, I don't think that lighting will be like so critical.
Okay. All right. So in that case, what I would suggest, we close it, but keep the record open for you to submit all the changes that you have made to the plans and the changes to the site, and provide photos of those changes and a cover letter that clearly indicates where all the changes have been made. So basically, you'll remove the graffiti, relocate the vacuum tower from that bed, stripe the parking space, put the bollard, and change the plans with regards to adding that other parking space, bollards, and the location of the new vacuum, and the legend with regards to the landscaping and the lighting. 4 weeks, do you think should be enough?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, I think the earliest we can hold is September, right? September 18, 19 is the earliest hearing. So, and what is the submission date for?
Submission date for September would be August 31st.
So you have till August 31st to submit.
Sounds good.
Yes, Commissioner Sheta?
Yeah. Going back and forth, I would say, like, do the lighting as soon as you can and send it to the project manager so we can look at it. And if you need, if let's say you do the difference, that net, and you get something, I believe the number is 2, Chair, right? Commissioner Yoon, 2 foot candles is like the limit.
Yeah.
If you get something like higher than 2, we can advise you in doing shielding or so.
I'm little hesitant to do this outside the public review.
Okay.
But if the applicant has any questions or doubts, they can reach out to the project manager.
Okay, if he gets something on top of 2, he can consult his own engineer to provide whatever shielding, and then redo the readings and try not to exceed the 2, because 2 is like the magic number for us.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, motion to close.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
21200BZ, 640, 666 South Conduit, Brooklyn. This is Mr. Glenn Catrona.
Yes.
And sounds video.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed and respond to the board's comments.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, BSA staff. I'm Glenn Catrona, representing the owners of 640, 666 South Conduit Boulevard.
Go ahead.
If I'm able to respond, I appreciate the positive comments. I will tell you that this has not been, we can't take full responsibility for this here because our client in this case has been so willing to hear the comments of the board and make all the improvements that were requested. And it's been an absolute pleasure. I heard a couple of comments I'd like to address. Commissioner Sheta had made a comment and he referred to the car rentals. I just want to absolutely clarify that this here is two desks that sit within the convenience store. They run an auto leasing business, which is operating out of the Bronx. This is simply an office function. We articulated that there in our submission here. So it is auto leasing, not rental. We would fully accept the condition of the resolution not to have any vehicles related to this here functioning on this particular site. So again, it's an office function, auto leasing. Nothing will happen on this site. The operator is fully committed to that responsibility. Then Commissioner Yoon, you had made some comments, and I really appreciate the photograph that you brought up because it was such an early photograph. I resubmitted on July 5th of this year, and if in that package, I have photographs 68, 69, 70, and 71. During the time that I had to just go back and look at this here after the comments, it is a huge discernible difference of the signs that were removed from this particular site. I will say that this here client was not part of the resolution or the BSA hearings related to 20 years ago. He has obtained a huge education in terms of what it is, his responsibilities to this variance. In any respect, the sign that's related to the restaurant, I look at that there purely as a canopy. It's a vinyl canopy. I do not know because my office and my staff and myself has only been out there during the day. I don't know if there's anything that's backlit that is illuminating that, but I would not look at that personally as an illuminated sign. The other thing is that we did refer, we went out there, we remeasured and re-verified everything on the site. And we found that there were a few minor additional signs that we needed to address, and the owner is in the process of removing those signs. But we were very careful on any one of the drawings. My drawings, BSA 3.1, 4.1, 5.1, and 6.1, which show the signage, show exterior elevation, show signage calculations, to have a note, which, I've heard time and time again, doing this here for some time, that the board does not want to be in the signage business, that DOB, every single one of those drawings refer to the fact that the compliance is within the C1 zoning district. My client is totally, in the process of fully conforming, I think, overall. And I think if you refer to those photographs that I said were added to the July 5th submission, you'll see such, it's so obvious. Even the canopy, the whole site was repainted, signage was removed to that extent. People like having signage. They feel it's, a great visible. I think DOB in the city, has talked about, going out and taking looks. I don't see that that's happened, but I think when they get to this particular site, as they finalize these couple of signs to be removed, they'll be in compliance, in full compliance. And I think that's really at this particular point, what I'd like to say. I hope that this doesn't, slow down the opportunity to potentially move this case forward. But the client is now doing the removal. There's one sign that's a large sign, so they needed to get a rigger involved. The other thing that I want to comment on is there's a set of approved documents. There's two applications. If you go on the DOB website, that show that there was filings that relate to correcting the FDNY violations. What happened was that the operator of the restaurant itself had obtained a professional to file the required documents, because it wasn't simply a quick removal of a violation or a minor compliance issue. They needed to do remedial construction to be able to comply, the hood and the related equipment that goes with it. So there's some replacement. My client has taken over that, and we also included a contract which is executed, and they're moving forward to those corrective measures to remove those FDNY violations. So that should be remediated shortly. To me, I think that was the significant comments that were made. I mean, I'd be happy to answer anything. But again, absolute pleasure working with this client, and we respect the board's comments, and I think we've addressed them accordingly.
So I'm just looking at the signage requirement under zoning resolution section 32-643 with regards to illuminated non-flashing sign in C1 district. It is permitted up to a total surface area of not exceeding 50 square feet. So if there are any illuminated signage based on as defined in the zoning resolution and as interpreted by DOB, just make sure that it is in compliance with that requirement and does not exceed that.
Absolutely, Chair. I don't believe that there's anything that's part of the assembly that would make that there an illuminated sign. There could be some lighting below it that may be illuminating to an extent, but most of the signs that are truly illuminated signs, they're constructed that way. The assembly of the sign and the box that's related to it. Commissioner Yoon, you also made a comment about flashing signs. There was additional lighting that was running around the perimeter of each one of these here windows. All of that was removed as well. They really cleaned up the site a heck of a lot. I don't know the blue flashing sign because I have not seen the site at night, but I know that any one of these running lights that they had surrounding.
Rona, may I then make a suggestion? Maybe it would be helpful. I mean, we have gotten a lot of documents and we all agree that improvements are being made to close the book on this one nicely. If you can just send again photos, maybe sometime around dusk time, when you can kind of see the lighting, maybe evening, like now days are getting shorter. So you might be able to find a time frame just to have those photographs of the entire building from one end of the street frontage to the other. And that would help kind of for us to understand. And for you to understand also, because like you said, you see it during the daytime, you don't therefore see the lights. And I think that you need to know that to make sure your analysis for whether it's flashing or illuminated is in compliance. And at the end of the day, if it is not, whether we approve, I still want to put that as a condition that whatever signage is provided, it complies with the underlying regulations. And DOB is going to review that. And that note should be included in the plans. Is that included in the plan?
Fair enough. The specific wording,
I think we have done some similar wording. We can share those wordings with you.
Very good.
Oh, yeah, it says DOB shall ensure compliance with all other applicable provisions of the zoning resolution. No, it doesn't say specifically signage. I think all signage to conform with C1 zoning district requirements and DOB shall ensure compliance. I think that is the language that I'm looking for.
Okay, very good.
Flags to DOB that it's for DOB to review and ensure compliance.
Okay. Absolutely. And we can get a sign at dusk, a photograph at dusk.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
You could-
Satisfactory, Commissioner?
Yeah, definitely. I agree. And I think flashing signs are not permitted in a C1. So it'd be up to DOB to make sure that that is in compliance. And so the photos at dusk would be helpful. And can you just expand on a timeline for the removal of the remaining signs that would bring it into compliance?
Yeah, I mean, it's in motion right now. I know that the client has been speaking to a few signage companies. I don't know that they pulled the trigger yet, but it's really a small amount. It's about 3 or 4 signs that need to be addressed. Small, but one is a sign where they needed a rigger because it's related to one of the pylon signs. It should happen very quickly. We've discussed this here with the client, and I know that he's a person who gets things done, so it should happen very briskly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, is it something we want to see before we make a decision?
Yes, that would be good.
We can leave the record open.
We can leave the record
can
open for
close.
that.
Great,
We can
thank you.
close now and leave the record open for that improvement to happen. Your client has just done a really good job, so this is just one little bit.
No problem.
To be open to the public.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, let's then go to the public.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 21200BZ, 640-666 South Conduit, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 859-7627-3743 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Then you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in and recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
How long will it take for you to make all these changes, for your client to make these changes?
Chair, I would say, within a few weeks.
Even the removal of the,
Yes. It's been in motion, so we'll push that there for sure. We're looking to finalize this here as soon as possible.
3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks.
I think, I mean, August is pretty packed. We have a very packed August. So I unfortunately will have to push this to September. I would recommend that we close and keep the record open for you to make these changes. That gives you plenty of time. You don't have to rush it, but we can then vote it out in September. Is that okay?
It's fine.
I had one question about the C of O, if that's a condition of our grant. The use, the restaurant use was not included in the C of O, but is being used as part of the signage.
What was the?
Can I respond?
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk. Received what was a prior. Yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate that there. One of the issues is that this, the restaurant is absolutely permissible as a right use. We have no issue. There has to be filings related to that, which I would check closer. Have no issue adding that there to the updated certificate of occupancy. It's an as of right use. I actually articulated that there in a cover letter. We showed the uses on the site, and we showed what was part of the previous grants. And I noted that there as an as of right use. It wasn't part of the prior grant, but yes, we'd be happy to add that there. No issue.
And just to clarify, it's more of the, at least from my perspective, a matter of being consistent in allowing the signage to be calculated per use versus accessory as it comes up in other cases. So just clarifying for us and keeping that consistent.
Understood.
Yeah.
Do you want to make a motion?
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to close. And the record will be kept open.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
We'll get back to you with the date, Mr. Controller. Thank you.
I think
Thank
Sep- is when we said-
Appreciate everybody's time.
Right,
Thank you.
September
Yeah,
is when we said.
September.
Okay. Thank you.
New cases, 55851 BZ, 6822 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Mrs. Hiram?
Hold on. Yes, good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm just starting the video.
Okay,
There I am. Okay.
you are, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed and address the board's comments.
Hiram Rothkrug, Vassalotti Associates.
Go ahead.
Is there a time delay, Mr. Rothberg?
It's not speaking.
I'm on a delay. I apologize.
I hear you now. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay, good. There was some kind of echo. Anyway, good afternoon. Hiram Rothkrug calling for the BP station located at 6822 Northern Boulevard in Queens. It's an extension of terms for a station that's been there for over 70 years and no changes are proposed to our application. I attended executive session and the first matter I'd like to bring up is the community board. Unfortunately, our application was received by the community board after their last spring hearing, and they're not meeting for the summer. And they've advised me that they'll put this on the calendar for their September 18th public hearing, which is the next hearing that Community Board 7 is going to have. Basically, I spoke to the district manager and I said that we didn't really have a problem with that. We didn't mind waiting and didn't think that this would be closed or put on for decision before that time anyway. So that's why you haven't heard anything from the community board as of yet.
Okay.
Also, the chair brought up violations. We don't see any open violations. We see a complaint from 2008, but we don't see any open violations at present for the site.
Just in the next submission, in your cover letter, state that.
Very good. Also, we don't have a problem with relocating the air machine from the side lot line to the rear lot line on the B2E site. So we'll revise the plans and possibly even, we'll revise the plans.
Also that vacuum.
There's also a vacuum tower that is located along the residential rear lot line.
If we could put it in the corner, like the other two vacuums.
Actually, do you need so
I
many
don't know if
vacuums?
we
You
can
already
put
have two vacuums and an air pump. I don't think you need a third one. That's,
We'll look at the chart. Either way, it's, whether we relocate it or remove it, it won't be an issue.
okay.
We'll revise the type 2 checklist. And if the board's not satisfied with the prior lumen plan that was sent, the prior approved lumen plan will produce a new we'll produce a new plan for the board.
I don't think, did you submit a lumen plan with this submission? I don't think I saw one.
Well, it was on the previously approved plans from the
Oh.
last approval.
Okay, let me just, the question, it's not what we previously approved. It is what, is that what you're meeting, abiding by is really the question. And in that, according to that, One, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. But you're representing that that is what the current site condition, the lighting level is.
I am, yes.
Okay. So just.
We'd also,
Chair,
Commissioner Shetty, yes?
thank you. This is Commissioner Shitta. Do we have I see that you submitted an existing condition plans, right?
yes,
The submission date was May 11th, 2023. Make that plan part of him and just restamp it.
Can you repeat that again, Commissioner Shetty?
Yeah, just make the lumen spread that was previously submitted part of the new submission, the current submission, to make sure that this is still the status of the lumen of the lighting on the side.
Okay, okay.
that's fine, okay. So that was really all it was, other than, if the community board has any issues or complaints or notes. We haven't heard anything as of yet, but obviously we'll find that out on the 18th of September.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners for Mr. Rothko? Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case, wait for John to something. Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 55851BZ, 6822 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to participate, please dial 5588656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the first prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number, which is 859-7627-3743, and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are in, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
How long will it take, Mr. Rothko, to relocate the air pump and remove the vacuum cleaner from the rear lot line and also revise the plans accordingly and add the lumen?
We could have that done rather quickly, before the community board meeting in September. I'm hopeful.
When in September is the community board meeting?
September 18th.
18, okay.
I just would say to the chair that, if we remove those things now, it wouldn't be in compliance with the approved plan. So we'd be doing something that wouldn't be in compliance until after the board would approve it.
That's fine.
That's why I didn't make an offer to move these things and do these things now. But if the board gives me guidance to do that, I'll put that in motion.
Yeah, that's customary. We oftentimes make suggestions like that aren't going to be there in the future. We would approve. So you can proceed now.
Thank you. We'll take care of that, and we'll hope to have it done before the next hearing before the community board hearing.
Have to be late October then, because the submission date
Yeah,
for October 2nd is September 14th.
yeah, that's after September, when is the hearing in September, 18th or 19th?
1819.
So
That's
we have a
sufficient.
hearing on September 18th or 18th and 19th, and then after that is October,
October 2nd and 3rd.
October 2nd and 3rd. So
Submission is 9/14.
We're only waiting for if
Yeah, I mean. we're
brings in
with
the community board,
so
the
that's
community
what
board
we said.
recommendation is after that submission date.
September
That
2nd.
should be fine,
Yeah, that should be fine.
as long as everything else is in before the submission date.
So I would say submit submit by, what is the submission date for
October 2nd.
September?
For October is 9/14.
October is 9/14. Okay, so submit by 9/14.
Okay.
And we will schedule this for October. Second or third. And I would recommend that we close. Everybody is satisfied. They're nodding their head in agreement. So I then make a motion to close.
Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yu,
Aye.
thank you, Mr. Rutherford.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
63557 BZ, 115 East 69th Street, Manhattan. Is this Eric Voth?
This is,
Eric Voth? Is that how you pronounce his name? No, wait, that's not wrong. That's Goldman Harris. Robert Huberman. Sorry, Mr. Huberman.
how do you spell his name?
Huberman, Huberman.
Okay, thank you.
Huberman, Huberman.
Do we?
Please join us as panelists.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, but we can't see you, sir.
Okay, here we
Would you
go.
be able, Please. Thank you. Is there anyone with you?
No, it's just me today.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's questions.
Sure. So good afternoon, everyone. My name's Robert Huberman. I'm from Herrick Feinstein. I'm the Land Use and Zoning Counsel for the owner here. I did listen in on review session, and I think your comments were relatively straightforward. So I will address them now. I believe there were three. The first, with regards to open violations, there are no open violations on the property. I think we had that in our statement of facts, but it's obviously been a while since then. But I just checked after the review session, and there's still no open violations. With regards to the community board, so one community board member spoke in opposition to the application. The reason for their opposition was that they believe that the city needs more housing, the Upper East Side needs more housing, and that this site could be converted to housing. After that comment was made, 5 other community board members also voted in opposition, but they did not state why. I did not get a chance to respond to those comments, but if I did, I would say that, you know, this office use has been in use for about 60 years. It's an established use. I agree that New York City needs more housing, but at most, if the office use were to disappear, you'd probably be able to get 1 or 2 units in this building. And even if the office use did go away, there's no guarantee that the building would be used for residential, because community facility uses are also allowed in this district. It's an R8B. And then the final question or the final comment was from Commissioner Sheta, and that was about the plans, which I agree with you, and I apologize. They're not very clear. They need to have a higher resolution. So I already reached out to the architect about this, and it should take him a day or two, probably at most, to resubmit that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Yes.
No, I just, again, just to confirm, this is a pre-1961 application under pursuant to 1141. So this has been here for a while.
This is what? I didn't hear the last. Oh, okay. Yes, it has been here for a while. That's right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Right, let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 63557 BZ, 115 East 69th Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to join in discussion, 646-558-8656, or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 859-7627-3743 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone, And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise the Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss your issues.
How long will it take for you to make the correction with regards to the plans?
It's just that we need to make it a higher resolution, so I'd say a day or two, I'm assuming the architect can get back to me in a day or two on it.
Okay. When is the submission date?
Which day?
August?
August?
It's past.
It's already passed. It was July 20th.
Okay, all right. Okay. I cannot promise. I don't know if there is, since there is no review really at our end other than the submission of the revised plan. I'll try to see if it can be accommodated in August. If not, it'll be September.
Understood.
Okay, so I want to make a recommendation to close. The record will stay open for you to submit the revised plans.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Do we take the next one or do we take a break?
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Keep going.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Um,
Shaking hands, yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
all right, let's,
74965 BZ 1820 Richmond Road, Staten Island.
this is
Mr. Ash,
also Daniel Ash.
yeah. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to board comments.
My name is Daniel Ash. I listened to the board's comments. I want to say that I too was surprised to learn about that car wash area and the trailer and the signage, because none of that was there during our last fieldwork a few months ago. I tried reaching out to the my client in between the review session. He just got back to me a few minutes ago, said that he's going to have everything removed. That shouldn't be there. The other major thing that you noticed was the U-Haul, or at least that you saw from the Google images. When we first started this project, we did note that they were using the site as a U-Haul drop-off. We told them right away that wasn't allowed. And I got confirmation from our client that they were stopping that. I don't know if they have to also notify U-Haul to remove themselves from that
Yeah.
website, but I'm going to make sure that that happens now, that they're not using this for U-Hauls.
While we were in hearing, I was able to get pretty far in a reservation for a U-Haul at that site. So he would have to contact U-Haul.
I agree. We'll make sure that by the next hearing, it doesn't appear on there anymore. And a lot of that signage and banner stuff that you saw along the sidewalk, that was all new to us and related to the car wash. So that'll all be gone as well.
Yes, I think before all these changes are happening, I mean, these changes need to happen. Without it, we are not even going to close it.
Of course, understood. And then some of the simpler things you asked for, we'll get you a compliance chart. We'll add the TPPN analysis to the drawings. We will check to see what parking they need. Maybe they need more than 8 spots because they do have a large frontage. So we should be able to support more parking.
My only concern is in light of the U-Haul thing, the additional parking should be only for the auto repair users and not for extra parking spaces for U-Haul vehicles. I just want to be absolutely clear. So use your judgment to advise your client on the need. It really should be for that.
Yes.
In light of that, they were using the sidewalk for their U-Haul parking, so.
True, they were, but I don't want the client to think, oh, if I get more parking, I can now then just, the U-Haul operation is dead, not happening. That is like the first thing that needs to be done. And the car wash and that needs to be removed. And then assess the demand and the supply of the parking for the remaining uses that it was approved by the board and determine the parking need.
Yes. It will get you more photos of the interior, including the rear that you wanted to see, that wooded area.
Yeah.
For the hours of operation, I thought that was already covered under the statement of facts that, as Commissioner Yoon, I believe, pointed out, it was not changing with regards to the gasoline service, the convenience store, and using it for filling up your car. It's only the auto repair that was changing.
I may have missed it.
I'm sorry, it's the other way around. Sorry, the auto repair is not changing. It's the gasoline filling and the convenience store that will be open 24/7 now.
Right, yeah,
But that is on the latest statement of facts.
okay, yeah.
Commissioner Shabbat asked a question about selling alcohol, and I just wanted to reiterate, they do not have any plans to sell alcohol.
Thank you.
And with regards to the type 2 checklist and making the corrections, I did resend that when I got an email asking for those corrections on the 19th. I sent that back.
Okay.
Okay, I'll check on that. Thanks.
I think that covers all the comments you had earlier.
Right. So this is going to take you some time to get all of this in place.
They have to remove everything that they put in illegally and contact U-Haul, and I don't know how long it takes them to take you off their site, but I would imagine we're going to need 6 to 8 weeks to get all this done.
I would suggest October. I think that gives you, because the month of summer, to get all of this done, and September to get all, I mean, especially with U-Haul getting everything, I don't know how long that takes, but I would say completely do it correctly. And I know you can do it. You have done it with your other applications.
Yes.
And you want photographs, right?
And photographs, yes, open to public. Yes, sorry, thank you.
Okay. Screen up. The case we're currently discussing is 749-65 BZ 1820 Richmond Road, Staten Island. Should you wish to join in discussion, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 859-7627-3743 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to join, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand in the bottom of your computer screen. Why is my hand up? I don't know. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, so we did decide that it would be scheduled for October continuous. Part of the continued cases.
Yeah.
Can you please resend the type 2 checklist to submit? Because I don't see that in our files.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had only submitted to Vinroy.
Please remember that when any applicant, when you're submitting, you submit to submit as well as the project manager so that they know that it's there. Okay, no one plugged in. No raise their hands.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
move on.
Yeah.
7,
You know what? We're at 1 o'clock. We've been at this continuously. So let's take a lunch break
okay,
for,
1, 2, 3, 4 cases left. Okay,
yeah, half an hour.
okay.
Because the next two, next few cases, they're gonna go.
Yeah.
So we
Taking a break for half an hour. We'll come back at 1:30. Thank you. Make my hand itch. We're live? Okay. Bring back the regular screen.
I'm able to join this meeting. Let me try again.
The video on. Good afternoon. We're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for July 24th, 2023. We're continuing with new cases, 716-82BZ, 209-34 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Please join Mr. This panelist.
Hi, I don't have that option.
Huh?
I don't see the panelist option yet.
Oh, whoever's the host on that, thank you. That I'm not the host. You have it, Todd, now? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, it took a second, but I'm here now.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do affirm.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Hi, good afternoon. Todd Dale for the applicant. I did listen to the review session and heard the comments from the board. I will, briefly address some of those comments now, and we can follow up in a submission. First, with respect to, pardon me, the statement of facts, there is a typo with respect to the expiration date in there. I think it says 2013 instead of 2023 as far as the term. We will amend the statement with the correct date. We can also add in some parentheses to make it a little clearer that the extension of term and extension of time were set for different dates, and we can make any other necessary changes. I would note just that the certificate of occupancy was obtained prior to the filing of the instant application. There was a comment regarding the hours, and what I am noticing is it is correct that the board's resolution says 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. for delivery. What I would note is, though, having prosecuted the prior application, that the community board had requested 10 p.m. As the end date, and I think that's where we got that information from the statement of facts. And the 10 p.m. Timing is also listed within the body of the resolution. So there is a little discrepancy there between what the community board requested and what the board noted in the condition. What I would respectfully suggest to the board is that the first thing I'll do is I will confirm with the operator as to what their current delivery schedule might be. I do know that they are open for business to 9 p.m. So I think some of the concern originally raised by the community board was activities taking place after the store had closed. But the short answer is what we'll do is I'll confirm with the operator as to what their current delivery schedule is. I believe that they are, it's concurrent with what the current operating hours are. So it might actually be 9 p.m. instead of 8 p.m. when they are receiving deliveries. I would also just note quickly that the community board was in recess for the summer when this application was filed, but we've been in recent communication with them and they're hoping to arrange a meeting in August. So what we can do is during that meeting, just when we present the application, is just check in with the community board to see if there's been any concerns that are raised. And after that meeting, we will present to the board suggested hours. But the short answer is that we'll agree to a reasonable condition limiting hours of delivery. But I would want to confirm with the operator, and I would also suggest that maybe it can match or mirror what the operating hours are, which are longer than the current delivery condition that's listed. With respect to the condition compliance chart, I would just note that the reason we listed in that compliance chart, and I apologize for any confusion, was just that this site has a sort of an interesting history in that it was an auto repair site for a number of years up until 1991. So some of those conditions that we just listed as far as the grant allowing the auto repair replaced in 1991. We just blanket put that statement with any of the conditions prior to 1991. I know there was one question regarding the shrubbery in 45th Road, but that's actually duplicated by a later condition in the compliance chart where it says landscaping maintained. And upon information and belief, that shrubbery in 45th Road is back when there was actually access on 45th Road. There's no longer access. There's a fence there along the entire southern frontage of the site. So a number of those conditions, about not doing repair or parking on 45th Road or access from 45th Road are really moot. We did list them just because we wanted to be complete with conditions, but because of the nature of this site and the way it's changed, it may not have been clear in the condition compliance chart. I'd also note that when it did change in 1991, it changed from a use that would not have been permitted in the commercial overlay that's on the northern portion of the district, but the existing use now there, which is a use group 6 retail, is a permitted use within the commercial overlay. And really the only, I realize there's a board history and the conditions and the board being active with the site, but the change to the permitted conforming use really has just the residential portion that's at the rear of the site where the proposed parking is really the only non-conforming aspect of this application currently because of the change from the auto repair. I would also just note quickly, council brought up the issue with the curb cut at the front. To be honest, that wasn't an issue that was raised at the prior hearing. That curb cut is again a historical curb cut use back when this used to be auto repair. It's not used for anything now. It's actually located within a bus stop. I don't know what the timing is and what's required to go ahead and close that curb cut. But again, I'll reach out to the operator and the owner and see. I just know it had not been an issue and it wasn't reviewed previously by the board because the use wasn't really the focus of the application. But the short answer is I'll ask about the curb cut. I don't think there's any need to maintain it, but I would want to review it with the client. I think that was the majority of the other questions. If there's anything missing, I'm happy to answer it now in the follow-up and submission.
Okay. And if there isn't any need to maintain that curb cut, I would strongly suggest that be replaced.
Sure. I mean, again, I don't know what the cost or the timing or the need for it. I mean, as I said, I think it was just not noticed because there hadn't been review of it before and because it's actually located within a bus stop, but I will definitely raise that subject with the architect and the operator.
Yeah. Okay. With regards to the landscaping, like I said, it's a little sparse, so and I think it was that way even when this was one of my earlier cases when I joined the board, it was sparse then too. So maybe you need to look at a different kind of planting typology that's easier to maintain and that lasts longer. And the bushes that's been planted, they seem to be not growing. Or they're spaced too far. Maybe need to put a little bit more densely. So any combination of those.
I'm happy to review the landscaping. The one thing I would note about the landscaping though, is that it's actually really only to the benefit of people visiting the site because there is an opaque fence that surrounds it. I mean, we're happy to take a look at it. I'm just mentioning that there is that, existing green fence on the border that was installed, and there's also all the existing street trees. So I'll definitely bring it up and let them know, but I would also just note that this is not a situation where that landscaping is, I would say, the first line of screening with respect to the residential uses to the south.
Yeah, and it's also along the portion of the landscaping that's abutting, though it's abutting a commercial use, but it is in the residential district.
And there's also the houses in the rear are 2 stories high. They could certainly see in. There's a benefit to having dense landscaping on that line.
We'll take a look at it. I could pretty much guarantee you can't see past the fence from the second story though, with all due respect, but we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, I think it's an easy fix, so let's just fix it. Okay. What are the other questions that you have? And when did you say the community board will be meeting?
We're still working on that. There's been emails exchanged during the hearing today, actually. We're looking hopefully the first week of August or maybe the second week of August, but sometime. As soon as, I think they're back in session in August.
Oh, they'll be back in section. Wow, that's unusual.
Well, those are the 2 weeks they suggested. We're just trying to narrow down the time right now.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Dale? All right, everybody shaking no, their head as no. Let's go to the public then.
The case we are currently discussing is 7/16/82 BZ 20934 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to join in discussion, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter at the prompt, you will enter webinar ID number 859-7627-3743 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone, if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
You still have that right turn only sign?
I believe it's still there. I'm taking a look. At some of the photos we took of the site.
Yeah,
I can confirm and double check, but I believe it's still.
yeah, if you could confirm and then provide a photo.
Right, I'm just trying to see if I have a photo right now that I can show to you while we're waiting for the public to. If not, we can.
I have no hands up.
Okay. Okay. And did I ask you how long will it take for you to make all these changes?
I would say, again, we're agreeable to board's calendar, but we could be pretty quick about this because the community board meeting, as I said, would be August.
Let's do it September. Let's do
A
it.
September
That will give you
hearing.
enough time, yeah, to meet with the community board and also find out from your client, what do they want to do with the curb cut, and then go about most likely removing the curb cut if it should not be needed, because if it is needed, then you need to revise the plans and justify it. And I don't see the justification for it since it's not, it's leading to nowhere.
I would say a September hearing sounds perfect because then we can review the curb cut, the landscaping, the delivery hours, the community board meeting, which are the 4 primary items. So September would be perfect.
Yep. Curb cut, delivery date, left turn, landscaping, don't forget. And
Right turn, not left turn.
oh, sorry, right. Yeah, right turn, right.
I don't think we want left turn only.
No, I agree with you. That's a dangerous one to do. And landscaping.
Mhm.
And what else? I think, and community board.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to keep it open because you need to respond back on some of these because this may result in some amendments. So I'm not, therefore cannot close it.
No, understood. Yes, because some of the conditions may need to be updated.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
And can I make a suggestion with regards to the landscaping? Just add a chart to the plan indicating the kind of landscaping that is being proposed, and just make sure it's a kind of landscaping that requires almost low maintenance to none, but that can last seasonally without having, without your client having to take care of it on a very frequent basis.
Will do.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Dale.
New cases, 175-10BZ, 3400 Baychester Avenue, the Bronx. Police full there. And Andrew Stewart.
Hi, I'm not a panelist right now, so I can't do video.
Someone join Ms. Fullader and Mr. Stewart as panelists, please.
Hi, how are you?
And Andrew's with you, correct?
Should be, yes, correct.
Mr. Stewart, can you join us, please? There we go. Raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
Hi, Elise Fullader from Merrick Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant with Mr. Stewart from High Point Engineering. Heard your comments today and I will just go through them and then Andrew will answer as appropriate. First, one thing that was mentioned was the trash enclosure. We spoke with the client this morning. They're more than happy to add a trash enclosure. We wanted to confirm that we could do a chain link because it'll fit good with the bollard so nobody will crash into it or cause any problems. If that works.
Not really. The chain link fence, they really are the most unsightly product.
Andrew, do you have anything to add?
I was gonna say, we were hoping to, I know the board typically likes the masonry, it looks a bit better, but it's also more when you're in trafficked areas. We would be putting the trash enclosure somewhere where, where the dumpster is located in that back corner. They have cars that are parked there by the attendant for the cars awaiting service. So it would be out of a trafficked area and it would be, if anything, it's an area where vehicles are just parked by the attendant, not by customers. So we put it in that back area somewhere. We were hoping that, so if it's out of the way, as long as we protect it with a couple of bollards in front and there's no customer traffic in the area, that chain link would be acceptable. It's obviously something that's not as expensive as a full masonry enclosure. You got to put in footings and everything like that.
Mr. Stewart, can you point me to the plan where exactly you're planning?
So if you look at the, it would be the northeast corner, kind of, or at least along the north property line where there's the overgrown area, which is, I guess it's like a part of the rail tracks there, adjacent to the rail tracks. So like I said, there's, I guess, somewhere between the two lights along that side. I don't know exactly, we'd have to figure it out as best, but like I said, it would be in that area would be out of the way of any customer traffic, so.
Okay, this is where all the vehicles awaiting services are parked.
Correct. We wouldn't obviously put it right in the middle of the area, but in that general area, probably along the north lot line there.
Along the north line.
Which would be the shared lot line with the rail track property.
Okay. So it would be mostly close to the corner.
Yeah.
No, but that is where the rail track is, so it's not, there isn't a road there. Okay. Right, and you are just proposing to put a container there with some bollards?
No, we could put it, I would try to get, see if we, if we put it back there, if you can put it in a chain link fence enclosure instead of the masonry, just because the masonry is a lot more involved to get installed. It's a lot more costly, obviously, than a chain link enclosure. But since it would be in the rear, kind of out of the way and not really, in a place where you're visually looking, that hopefully a chain link enclosure with a couple of bollards, around the outside, not to not preventing the gates from opening, but preventing it being struck is in the area, so we hope that would be acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think the chain links are one of the worst in terms of visual, and it ends up always getting dented and distorted.
If we can come up with an alternative to chain link, but not as costly as a masonry trash enclosure, would the board entertain that, or it's something, I don't know, we have to take a look at it, but.
I mean, we have seen metal being used, is vinyl, I don't know.
PVC fencing, but
PVC, this area have so many vehicles coming in and I'm a little worried that it may get dented. So you have to find a material that would not get dented by all these vehicles being moved around. Even though I understand these are just this is a holding area, not many vehicles, but things happen.
If it was PVC or something that could be dented, but there were bollards placed, would that be a solution?
Can you speak up? I didn't hear.
If it was PVC or some other material that could potentially be dented, but they also added bollards,
I see.
just to help prevent.
Okay,
Otherwise, the options get limited.
right. And right now, there is a masonry wall there right now. I'm just looking because I don't have the interior photos.
Correct.
I'm just.
I figured out how to obviously have the plans. If you need to see them at any point, I can share.
Yeah, I think I know it's where the number 1 car is parked. Right in that corner is what you're proposing. Car number 1.
You want me to-
Right now, it's here.
Oh,
That's the waste oil, but this is also generally where all the dumpsters are, correct?
right, but I thought they're moving it to the corner.
This corner
Yeah.
along the road?
The curb cut.
no, that's the rail cut. That's where the rail.
Yeah. it's
Oh,
not
I'm
the
sorry.
road.
Yeah, you're right.
It is going to be the furthest away and most tucked away. So in terms of locating the
And this
trash
area.
enclosure, that is probably the best place.
Got it.
Okay. Okay, try that. I think I like that suggestion of PVC with bollards.
Okay, we'll run it by our client, and if everything is cool, we'll add that to the plan.
Okay.
The next comment, if we're ready to move on, is about lighting. We can do a lighting plan and add the note, all lighting sources are located away from the lot line shall be shielded to direct view. I know it was a longer comment than that, but Andy has put in that note before. Would you like to add anything to that, Andrew? Comment on
Yes,
that?
that's fine.
Okay,
Can
cool.
do that.
Okay, that works for you. Next is, when we first filed this, your staff was very diligent. They looked through the application and they did notice the tires, and the site was substantially cleaned up. And we took additional pictures, but they told me when I called today that they are painting it. So we'll give another set of pictures to show that the auto parts, the tires are removed and it's been painted. But yeah, they have already removed the tires when we refiled again.
Okay, good.
And the racks for the tires.
Yeah, all of that was removed because, like I said, your staff was really diligent. They said, maybe you should look at this. The board won't approve it, refile it. So they cleaned that all up.
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Carlo. Yes, Ms. Folder is correct. So at the time that this application was being filed, it was just flagged that the tires were observed. So subsequent to that conversation, Ms. Folder had confirmed that the tires had been removed and then proceeded with the filing. I'm only bringing this up so that there's no confusion that this was happening after it filed.
Oh, yeah, I'm saying we stopped the filing, we fixed it up, we filed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And did you mention about the banners, excess banners? Those are being.
So that's in the signage comment. So we spoke with the client about how the signage is a little inconsistent. We show signs on plans that aren't. There's also excess banners. So we are going to have a discussion after this and figure out what signage we need and what signage needs to be removed, but excess banners will be removed.
While we have you, I'm just gonna show you, because I made a comment about not signage being split across different elevations. And so I'll just point to the example that I was looking at, which is this sign, the flat fix. That's freestanding, it's 5 by 10 feet, so it's 50 square feet. And sorry, that is sign number 5. On the plan, sign number 5, if you can read that, says 25 square feet per tributary area per avenue, but it's a 50 square foot sign and it should be attributed probably to, I mean, it's facing
It
directly
should be, yeah.
to Tillotson. But it shouldn't be split across the two. I don't know that it'll impact your compliance, but just, I didn't check every sign, so I think just keeping that in mind and revising the calculations as needed. And while we're here, it is in the right of way, as is noted, as is the vacuum. And I think those we need photo evidence that those are removed from the right of way before we make a decision.
Okay, no problem. Andy, do you want to speak on the signage at all?
Yeah, I can revise. I took a look at the numbers after the review session, and I can keep them, not split one signage per frontage. It'll be fine. We'll be fall within the C2 requirements. Sometimes I think we've seen in the past, we've split them more so like on the ID price sign in the corner where it really is facing 2 roads. But in the case here, I can make it work without needing to do that. So we'll update the signage. As Elise said, both what we're showing, if there's anything removed, we'll take it off and get that to you, not a problem.
Okay, I mean, that's my understanding that is how okay, great, thank you.
Welcome.
And then the comment about violations, Getty owned this site a long time ago, so the client's not really sure what the violations were about. But we are working with High Point and them to close these items. So I don't know that we can actually tell you why they got them, but they should be fixed. They don't have those lit signs from 1990 and, things are being checked.
Yeah, just to add to that, I did take a look again between the review session and the hearing, and there's not a lot of information on the biz. Just very basic. This is your violation. I think they were electrical or something like that, but they didn't really go into detail about contractors or full scope. So we'll look into it. It'll take a little doing to check records and stuff like that, but we'll look into it to get those resolved.
Great. I think you're right. I mean, you cannot find out why, but it's a question of how to resolve those because those have been on the books for a long time. So.
Yeah. And I believe those were all the comments.
Oh, and the light poles close to the residential property. So provide a new lumen study and add a note.
Yeah, definitely. And as that we can add shielding if necessary. We'll take a look at it.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I did ask for also photos along the perimeter.
Okay, no problem. We have to have photos anyway, so that's good to me.
Yeah, with all the improvements, you probably will have to show anyway. Sorry. Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Shetta, any questions? Graffiti? Just the one that graffiti? Is this the one with graffiti? I don't see it on my notes. Is there? 175, yeah. Graffiti? Trash is overflowing, trash, debris.
Yeah, there was on page 17.
Oh.
Of the
Oh, the and or.
No, graffiti.
No. Oh, graffiti. A lot of that was cleaned up when we filed, but we're repainting, so.
Okay.
Oh, I mentioned graffiti. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who listened to her?
I myself don't listen to me.
You never know with graffiti, it can come and go very fast.
Okay, yes, they do. So it just requires constant monitoring and following up on it. I don't know if there are materials out there that makes it very difficult to put graffiti on it, but I don't know how durable they are either. But I think the quickest way is to just constantly. Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 175-10BZ, 3400 Baychester Avenue, the Bronx. Should you wish to join in discussion, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 859-7627-3743 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. And once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. You know, one of the interesting things about graffiti I've noticed is if you make an art wall, somehow it stays very beautiful and nobody tries to tag it or anything. I'm not suggesting that's what you do or anything, but it's just an observation I'm sharing.
We can start suggesting it to clients. I don't know that everyone will be into it, but we can certainly say, you know, it'd be fun, art.
Yeah, I went by a neighborhood and there are a lot of these old manufacturing buildings. And a group of artists have kind of claimed it. How they have done it, I do not know. But just have converted those blank walls into canvas.
Like Bushwick area, probably. I don't know.
Oh,
Like,
there
has-
are different, yeah, Bushwick has concentration, in Queens, there are parts of it.
Yeah.
So, now I notice in certain parts of Manhattan also.
Oh, wow.
It's becomes a wall of art.
I guess I hang out in Brooklyn mostly, so that's where I notice it.
Girl.
All right, how long will it take for you to make these changes? And talk to your client and clean up and all of these improvements?
I think since we have to make sure some signs are relocated, right? That was part of it. What, probably give us like 6 weeks. Andy, does that make sense?
Let's do it October.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine plans and we'll get as far. We'll do our best to address those violations at that time too.
Yeah, and start cleaning up the site as much as you can while you can.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Next.
Thank you.
item- Oh, thank you, Ms. Fullader.
Thank you.
Good seeing you. Take care.
Next item is 88-77BZ through 90-77BZ, 220 East 86th Street, Brooklyn. Manhattan, sorry. Brooklyn on the brain. This is Caroline Harris and Eric Vath.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Is Ms. Harris joining us?
Yes, she is.
There she is. Hello, Ms. Harris. How are you?
I'm fine. How are all of you? It's so nice to see you.
It's a long time.
Yeah. Oh, I should change my background. It's not sunset. Anyway. Hi, how are you?
I have to swear you in, please, first, okay? Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments.
I'm Caroline Harris from Goldman Harris, but I'm going to have Eric Vath, my partner, make the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Eric Vapp again, partner in Goldman Harris, counsel for the applicant. We listened to the questions and comments raised at the board's review session, and we'd like to take a brief moment to address those. We're pleased that you found the application thorough and consistent with the Bella Vista findings. In response to the question raised by Commissioner Sheta, we agree with the Honorable Chair's reply about the scope of the Bella Vista findings under this application. We do understand, though, that the recipient of the subject development rights proposes to construct an as-of-right project. And that'll, of course, be subject to review for all applicable zoning regulations, maximum building height, code provisions, et cetera. We will, thank you for identifying the typo in the R8B zoning chart. We've already asked the architect to correct that, and we're confident that that can be submitted later this week. Unless you have any further questions, we definitely request that the hearing and record be closed, except for, of course, the submission of the updated chart. And, we look forward to the application being calendared for a vote.
I think you answered all our questions. We didn't have any questions, but thank you. Let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 8877 BZ through 9077 BZ, 220 East 86th Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to join in the discussion, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 859-7627-3743 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay. We have a pretty tight August calendar. We'll try, if not September.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just waiting for anybody from public to call in. And I will make a recommendation that we close it since findings have been met with regards to Bella Vista. Excuse me. All right. Recommendation to close, motion to close,
There's no submission?
except for that little typo that you
Typo,
were
okay.
talking about, that needs to be.
Okay. Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Ockley Brown. Aye. Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. Thank you. Good seeing you all, especially Ms. Harris. It's been a while.
Thank
Yeah,
you very much.
Indeed, it's a pleasure to see you even on a virtual format. Look forward to the live action sometime soon.
Bye. Take care.
Final item is item number 29, 2016-4348A through 2016-4353A, 8514 57th Avenue, Queens, and this is Miss Erica Landsman. She doesn't have to be sworn in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Do I have to be sworn in, Tony?
No, it's an A case. A case is you're not required to be sworn in.
Got it. Hello, everyone. We have attended the executive session and heard the comments, and we will be providing a construction timeline at a later date. As was mentioned at the executive session, the fence has been put up and there are no violations on the property. The owner is making efforts to move this case along and finish the construction, and that will also be mentioned in our cover letter. And with that, we're hoping that we can close today and provide those documents to you as soon as possible.
And what is the timeline? You said you'll put that in letter, or do you know?
Yes, I'm going to confirm with the architect before, just in an effort to be completely accurate. And I will just submit that in the cover letter with the next submission.
Okay. That's fine with me. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's go to the public then. Mhm. Wait for the screen to come up.
The case we are currently discussing is 2016-4348A through 2016-4353A, 8514 57th Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to join the discussion, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number. Once you, at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 859-7627-3743 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone in order to speak. If you are already in the Zoom room and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted, recognized and permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I guess it's going to take you just a few days to make these responses.
Yes, it's just a matter of giving you a construction timeline as per the architect, and we can submit that to you within a week.
Okay, the August submission date was last week. I'm trying to see if I can put you in for August because it's an extension of time. Can you make it sooner? Can you make the submission sooner, like before?
I can do it this week. I can do it within several days. Yeah. I really appreciate the efforts to try to close this. So thank you very much.
August.
Yes, let's put this for August. This is an extension of time. And you're just submitting photos. We'll confirm the timeline in a letter. That's the only thing. So not much.
Photos of what specifically? I believe photos were already submitted.
Photos were already sent of fences? I noticed it and I
Yes, exactly. So just the construction timeline, and I will confirm the fences in the cover letter.
Yeah, okay. All right.
No members of the public have requested to speak?
No. So I make a recommendation to close and we'll schedule this for August decision. Okay.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Ockley Brown, Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
thank you. This concludes the public hearing for July 24th, 2023. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We're still hot, so please.